just chatting. Oh my god. Just stay just chatting for once in your life. Beautiful, we did it. Hi, Jeff. How you doing, my friend? I'm much later than planned. Sorry about that. Sick as fuck in Australian means good. Sick as fuck means I'm fucking sick. So do you mean you're actually like just sick? Or do you mean like you're doing great? Look at my hair. Oh my gosh. He's fucking sick. Both? Not actually sick. I'm so sorry to hear it, Jeff. I hope you're okay. At least the alarm's not going off. Dude, tell me about it. I was losing my mind. Thank you, Mitch Talica. Hi, welcome everybody. I was playing a stream earlier today after having been evacuated from LA. Hello, Aldair and AJ. Yeah, so we evacuated for about a week. Not because I was in an evac zone, but because the air quality was so bad that I had to talk to my doctor, and they were like, yeah, you should just get out, just leave, or I would have had to have been going to the hospital to get steroid injections every day. For anyone who doesn't know, I have asthma. Steroid injections are really what helps with fires. The last time we had serious fires, I also had to do the same thing. So we left so that I could breathe, and so we could have Banjo outside. Like while the fires were here, he was just like had to be locked in. I'm not even that close to them, and like everything around me is covered in ash. You can see giant chunks of ash on the street. It's really bad. So evacuated, didn't have much signal, and I'm now back. The air quality is much better. It's still a little bad though. I still do have a little asthma, but definitely a lot better than it was. It was pretty terrible. But compared to many others who dealt with much worse things, I'm doing just fine. I had a friend who evacuated because they were in an actual evac zone who came and stayed with me. And I know 2 people who've lost their houses. It's bad. It's pretty bleak. Things are getting better though, and I will say like for how bad it is and how bad it feels and how scary it is to watch the city just like slowly be circled in fire. People in LA have been really incredible. I've I don't know that I've ever felt such a sense of community. Like I have a text thread that's just full of funhouse people, and a text thread for like multiple different friend groups, and everyone every day is like, hey, is everyone okay? Does anyone need anything? On a daily basis, we are checking in on each other and making sure everybody has everything that they can. When I went and donated stuff to an animal shelter, they had so much stuff piled up already that it made me cry. I got there and I dropped off a bunch of stuff, and I think I expected them to have some things, but not as much as they did, and it just seeing like the mountains of stuff that people had donated, it makes me tear up even talking about it. It was really beautiful. So very shitty circumstances. We're going to be fundraising for fire relief all week, but yeah, there's a little bit of light in there. So, but it is definitely stressful. I'm not sleeping very well. That's why I look like this. It's a lot, but yeah, it's getting better. Thank you, Amy Plays, and CS King Baba, and Genie Spool. It's amazing how much a community comes together after a natural disaster. Same thing happened after the 2008 flood and the 2020. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It has been weird to watch the online coverage, especially as someone actually in the city. Like the amount of politicizing and lying is crazy. Like I didn't do that when hurricanes hit Florida. It's wild. Sometimes I'm like, what, am I on the same planet as these people? Like how I've raised money for natural disasters in both Florida and Texas. No part of me goes, but they vote Republican. It's insane. And I keep seeing so much, like, do I think this city manages funds well? No. Many things that I would criticize. But I said this, I think, on Twitter, maybe also on Blue Sky, I don't remember. The fires were at like 100 miles an hour. The wind is what caused the fires, right? I feel like a lot of people are not understanding that. Wind causes fires because either trees get blown into power lines or power lines get blown into trees, or things that just cause friction with things that are effectively tinder because there's so much like dry brush around LA. Causes sparks because there's so much friction, or it's like something hits an electric box. Like it's just the wind is what caused the fires. It wasn't fires and wind. It was wind so bad it caused fires. Things could have been handled differently. But when you have fires spreading at 100 miles an hour, there isn't really shit you can do. No one in the world, especially with the hills and the amount of brush and forest that is surrounding LA, what are they going to do? You can't fly helicopters in speeds that extreme. It is unprecedented for the city. It is the worst that we've ever had because of the wind. Like, the fuck are you supposed to do? It's so weird to watch it be politicized. It's really gross, and I don't know. I just more and more feel like the divide is out of control. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what to do at this point about society. You can clear brush before fires. Yeah, for sure, and that would help. But and there are many things like that that they should have done. Like Australia does clear and burn, where they burn things so that fires don't get out of control. But they still had unprecedented fires in 2018, I think it was, 2019, that burned millions of acres. So it's like, just when the circumstances are that bad, it's a fucking fast moving fire. You know what I mean? Well, thank you so much, Biz117. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I saw the Bill Burr thing, and I had said something almost exactly like that just beforehand. Thank you, Shadow8600 and Universal Choice. That's a cool username. And Chacho108. When you have unprecedented heat waves and droughts, certain measures just don't seem to be enough. Yeah, totally. What do you like? Could it have been minimized? Yes. Clearly all of the insurance companies pulling out meant that they looked at the weather map and they were like, this is a disaster waiting to happen. These houses are going down. Like, they knew, which is so fucking gross. But insurance is a scam. You heard it here first. All insurance is a scam. I remember, like, maybe when I first started paying taxes. What was my first job? I was like 14. I worked at McDonald's and I started paying taxes, and then I had to start paying car insurance when I got my shitty little car when I was like, I don't know, 17 or something. And I was like, I don't understand. Why can't I just save the money and put it towards insurance myself without paying an insurance company? Because they're so profitable. People are just throwing money at them for nothing. They'll try anything that they can get away with avoiding paying the things that they should have to pay. It's so fucking nasty. Insurance is a scam. But we kind of don't have a choice because the whole world is a scam. Let this be the thing that radicalizes you. What about dental insurance? Exactly. Crazy, man. If Allstate and State Farm pull out, then I don't want to see their commercials on TV. Genuinely. It's discussing the right uses other people's traumatic experiences to push their anti-DEI propaganda. Okay, so I very rarely look at Twitter anymore. But because of the fires, I was on social media a little bit more. We didn't have a lot of signal where we were because we were outside of the fire zone. So it's like, if I were to post something, it would take like 20 minutes to upload. Eventually it would, but it would take ages. But I could look at the text-based apps. And so I was more on Twitter than I have been in maybe a year. Man, you know, I just can't go. I go on there and people are screaming at each other about whatever they're screaming about, and I just go, I do not give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck. I don't know how any of you care this much about any of this shit. I don't understand it. People are just screaming at each other about nothing all the time. Like, I had somebody ask me what I think of this, what I think of pirate software streaming with Asmongold. What? Like, I just. First up, two fake names. It's so funny when we report on content creators that you have to go, well, I heard that somebody called Pirate Software was streaming with somebody called Asmongold. Then, like, you don't use their real names. It's so fucking stupid. What do I think of that? I don't think of it. What do you mean, what do I think of that? It's not something I think of. What is the question you're asking me? I don't understand. I have no thoughts about these two dudes that I've never met having a conversation for an hour and broadcasting it. Is that meant to mean something to me? What? Like, I just don't get it, dude. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm getting old. Cyberpunk is radicalizing you even more, dude. It's funny people don't realize how liberal that game is. Elon destroyed Twitter. I hate it. It's nothing but garbage on that app and MAGA hogs. Well, I do think Twitter is in a really bad shape. My next YouTube video, I know I haven't uploaded a YouTube video in like several months. My next YouTube video is about Twitter and Threads and Blue Sky and the state of Twitter. And I have two really stupid skits in it. It's my first time doing those and they're really stupid. Yeah, I don't engage with anything on Twitter really anymore. I'll occasionally share something, but I don't read any replies or anything. It's like willingly having a conversation on 4chan. It's just not really the place for it, you know? Thank you, Cockney Charmer. Yeah, we are safe. I don't really want to walk Banjo yet. Obviously we need to, but I don't want to just yet. Because he's got little lungs. He's just a little boy, and he's got little boy lungs. And, but he gets kind of stir crazy if you don't walk him. Is he behind me right now? He was like a second ago. And I saw they have dog masks, but there's no way he would tolerate that. He would lose his mind. So, yeah, that's the only hurdle really right now. I also haven't gone back to the gym yet, so we'll figure it out. Thank you, C2 the Squared. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Blue Sky is quieter, but it's such a freeing, pleasant experience to be on compared to X and Threads. Yeah, Blue Sky feels to me a lot like early Twitter. I will block someone for the most minor annoyance, which I've never really done on Twitter. Like, I don't have a very long block list. People say heinous shit, disgusting shit to me, and I won't block them. Blue Sky, I blocked someone the other day for just giving me annoying sass, but I'm enjoying having conversations with people on there. That's kind of why I'm doing it. It's like, oh, I'm enjoying having conversations. Like, I used to feel that way about my YouTube videos, but I don't anymore. I still feel that way about Twitch though. Like, I like having conversations with you guys. I feel like I have a nice little community and people challenge me, and I appreciate that. Like, it's not like everybody agrees with everyone all the time. But yeah, sometimes things just grow out of control and you can't really do it anymore. So Blue Sky right now, I'm liking talking to people. I like talking to people here on Twitch, and YouTube, obviously. Alanah, people on X saying you left Santa Monica because of AI. I left Santa Monica Studio for the reason I said I left. There's no conspiracy. I left because my dad died, and I wanted to spend more time with my family. That's why I left. That's what I said. It's the only reason that I left. Anyone who's saying anything else is lying. I've seen people saying I left because of something in my visa and I have to go back to Australia. I'm not on a visa. I have a green card. It's all horseshit. I left because I want to be able to spend more time with my family. That's it. That's what I said. It's the truth. People just, you know, that's one of those things where you didn't say that with any negative intent. Sorry, the person who said that. Heatwave PS5. That's one of those things I also just don't give a shit about. There are so many rumors about me at this point. Say what you want. I don't care. It's fine. I don't give a shit. You can invent a conspiracy theory all you want. I left because my dad died and I want to be able to spend more time with my family. That's all it is. That's all it is. And it was wonderful. I flew my mum over for Christmas. It's the first time that I've been able to do that where she stayed for like a week and a half and I didn't have to work. We just hung out the whole time and it was great until I fell down the stairs on Christmas Eve and I still can't walk properly because I fucked my foot up. But before that, it was great. And then I fell down the stairs. I fell down the stairs on Christmas Eve trying to pat Banjo. So, the stairs were slippery. I was wearing big fuzzy socks because it was very cold and I tried to lean down to pat him while walking downstairs. And I fell, and I slipped, and I fucked up 2 of my toes. And my elbow is still a bit sore too. Whatever, I'm fine. It was just a funny thing that happened because of course it did. Was I drunk or high at the time? Nope. Just wanted to pat the dog. But yeah, no. I'm also going to be spending there's also a thing where people think I'm moving back to Australia, which is not true. My whole life is here. I'm not doing that. I'm just going to spend a lot more time there. So I'm going home for about a month. February, March. I'll be home from, like mid-February to mid-March. And then I'm thinking about maybe going back again in May. I'll definitely be back in September, and then I'll be home in December. So it's like every 3 months I will spend a month at home, and I'm really excited about it, as long as I can afford it, which I guess we have to find out, but yeah. It is what it is. People do be lying. That sounds like an insurance scam that someone fired for losing their green card would do to raise money. My green card never had anything to do with Sony. Completely independent, unrelated. Nothing to do with Sony. Like, I saw her like, oh, the minute that her visa was questioned, she decided to move back to the US, to Australia. Not moving back to Australia. Not doing that. Not moving. I'm just spending more time there. Not leaving the US. Ideally, I spend half the year there, but I have too much work here to leave. It's still where my job is, and my dog is, and my boyfriend is. So, very stupid. How does staying in the US work without the job? Yeah, I'm on a green card, so completely fine. Care to comment on the allegations that you're moving to Oz to avoid Cajun roll? Now that one has some validity to it. Thank you, Beef Pants. Thwarted by the Star Boss. It wouldn't be the first time, dude. Hey, Alanah, are you going to share your thoughts on Corinth Bush leaving BioWare? Did you make that up? Is that a real person's name? Corinth Bush? You could have invented that as drama, and I would be like, great, I have no idea who that is. And people leaving companies happens all the time. It generally doesn't mean anything. It's just people especially in the games industry, the average, studio, the average time that someone stays at a AAA studio is 3 years. So I stayed 4 years at Sony Santa Monica Studio. I was at Rooster Teeth for 3 years. I was at IGN for 3 years. 3 years is the average in the games industry, actually, as a whole. For a multitude of reasons. So people leaving is never really a big deal. That is my take. I don't know who that is though, so. Thank you, Dylan Janek. I appreciate that. I did have to evacuate Destin, yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. We're okay. So many people have it so much worse. But I am going to be fundraising this whole month, every stream. And I will be part of a big stream next Friday. That's a big charity fundraiser, so I'll share more details of that when I'm allowed. I don't know when that is exactly. Thank you, Thor Ragnarok. Might be the Dragon Age person. Oh, is that the game director of Dragon Age? I don't know anything about that, and it shouldn't be news. That's all I'm saying. It's not a big deal when somebody leaves. Oh, the fire's out? Not entirely. Not far off, though. Scary, I had no idea you were that close to it. I'm not that close to them. But we evacuated because I have chronic asthma, and I spoke to my doctor on the Thursday when I was having trouble breathing. On Wednesday, I don't even know what day of the week it is at this point. And he was like, yeah, evacuate immediately. So we evacuated so I could breathe more than anything, rather than because I wasn't in an evac zone. Yeah, and some friends had gotten a house out, like an Airbnb out in the desert, so we went and stayed with them. So yeah, we are all good though. From Australia, I'm sure it's on fire all the time. It is. Australia also deals with fires and floods a lot, sadly. But yeah, we're okay. Oh, hello, Jordan. Thank you so much. What's the fastest you've quit a job? Yeah, I do sometimes have people go, Alanah can't keep a job. She leaves everywhere. But again, 3 years is really, really common. I think it's just that most people aren't used to seeing, like, it's just not for someone in their 20s to go to change companies 3 times in a decade. It's just not at all weird. I don't really even know where that comes from. But I leave companies, which I've left different companies, different IGN. I felt like I didn't have anything left to do there. I'd learned everything, didn't have anything to do. I wanted I knew I wanted to move into game writing. So I wanted to work for a company, Rooster Teeth, that was like a segue, that made a lot of fiction stuff, made TV shows, made video games, made movies, did fiction creative writing. So that's why I moved. That's when I had spoken to so many game devs that I was like, I want to write video games. And so I went to Rooster Teeth. And then I left Rooster Teeth because I'd been doing game jams. I'd written on 2 indie games, like in my spare time while I was working at Rooster Teeth. And I had actually applied for several games writing jobs, maybe like 2 that I got into like the last 3 people but didn't get. And then I got the job at Sony Santa Monica Studio, and it was what I wanted to do. It was my dream job, so that's why I left. Rooster Teeth was always a stepping stone. But like even at SMS, we had people who leave after 2-3 years. It's just not that unusual. I don't even really know where that comes from. I think maybe people, if you don't work in the entertainment industry, maybe people just stay at one job forever. But because I'm like trying to build something, you kind of can't stay stagnant. It is what it is. Thank you for the gifted sub, Thor Ragnarok. Every time. And resigning Zeus. Look at you. Look at all these gods. Huge difference between just quitting and moving on to another position. Also true, yeah. Alanah, I'm into creative writing. Any advice for an aspiring writer / author? Cheesy, but just really read and write a lot. Do it all the time. There seems to be a hyper focus on individual game devs these days. Yeah, again, people leaving companies is not unusual. So the Dragon Age game director leaving, it's just not unusual. It happens more than you would think. It's just that there are like some mega famous staples that haven't done that. People like Corey or Neil Druckmann who haven't left the companies that they're attached to for a long time. But I also think that is because Sony is desperate to keep them. They are treated very well. They would kind of be crazy to leave, whereas I'm sure a lot of other studios doesn't treat them that way. But like, Sony let Neil go and direct a TV show instead of game directing. I have no doubt he was doing both at once. But they get a lot of freedom in order to make them stay that I don't think a lot of other companies would allow. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, right, for the eyebrow comments. Yeah, this is just how my eyebrows look now. They've all grown in, no makeup. This is crazy. It's nuts. I can't believe it. I do have wax in them right now. But this is just how they look now. It's the best thing I've ever done after adopting Banjo. It's crazy. Eyebrows. Look at them go. You got an Apple News notification when I left SMS? Crazy. I mean, leaving company announcement, again, I've left 3 companies in a decade. And I will go back to working full-time eventually, but for now, my remaining family is happy and healthy, and yeah, not right now, but I don't know why people care. I don't know. I don't know what's happened to me. I just know no one fucking cares about anything, you know what I mean? As a clickbait news site, I find the exit of Dragon Age Veilguard directed to be very good for my bottom line. It's not uncommon that people would leave after a project finishes, either. That's all it is, you know? Do women actually pay attention to eyebrows? Absolutely, yes. Eyebrows are so important, dude. The reason I got my eyebrows done, the thing that I did that allowed them to grow back in, because I overplucked them when I was like 15, and then I had no hair and they looked terrible. So I like caused the problem and then fixed the problem later in life. I am fully comfortable not wearing any makeup, but I wasn't when my eyebrows were the way they were a year ago, because I would always want to fill in my eyebrows because I thought they looked fucking stupid. And it's not about what anyone else thinks, right? It's like I just hated it. I don't have to do anything, and it's amazing. Thank you, J Vault. Appreciate that. What am I gonna do when I return to working full time? Again, this is probably years away that I do it. But I'll work in game dev. I'll work in game dev for sure. I'll go back to AAA. Sony Santa Monica said that they would have me back at any time, as soon as I wanted to go back. They were really, really sweet about that. My manager Lisa was very insistent on the door is not closed. She's like, the door is ajar, I think is what she said. It's like the door, and she was like, this is not the end of the relationship between you and SMS. They were so nice to me, dude. They were so fucking understanding. I love that place. God. What a difficult job to leave. Amazing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I go back there. A lot of people leave Sony Santa Monica, you don't go back. One of the people who was on my team did that, you know? They're really, really wonderful people, so. But yes. I knew it, Destin. I knew you were make-upping your eyebrows. I knew it. Like Greg Miller said, when Alanah asks, you drop everything you're doing and say yes. I don't know about that. Work Valerian? I'd love to write Valerian. That would be so hard, though. It's interesting how different studios are. Like, yeah, I'm working for the team making Layers Deep right now as narrative director. So that is the one game I'm working on right now. There are 2 other indie games that I'm also writing on, but Layers Deep, I'm narrative director, so it's a lot more involved. I have to think about a lot more and make sure that the levels are cohesive with the narrative that I'm trying to sell, and I'm really enjoying it. So I'll never stop making video games. I mean, maybe one day, but not anytime soon. Thank you, Magical Alp. How does that work? A jaw doesn't seem like the best door. You know what I meant. Shut up. You know what I meant. Thank you, Dana McLaughlin. I appreciate it. Can I confirm or deny that I've left the games industry to become a writer for James Bond's wrestling career? Funny. I would. That'd probably be really fun. And I'm in Dispatch, that is true. There's actually a lot of acting stuff going on this year. It's a weird position to be in that I'm a lot busier than I expected to be. There are a lot of challenges coming with being a freelancer that I didn't anticipate. So anyone who didn't see it, I am guesting on MinMax the whole month this month. So at least once, probably twice a week, I'll be doing podcasts with MinMax, which I'm pretty excited about. Play, Watch, Listen will be back next week. We are recording the next episode of Movie House. We were supposed to do it while the fires happened. So on the 28th, I think, is the next episode of Movie House. I'll put up posts for the Patreon supporters for those, for like questions or whatever. And I was also going to do an interview on the Play, Watch, Listen channel to go up, hopefully Sunday, with 2 friends I have whose like careers really blew up because of TikTok. Ricky Montgomery and Shelby Young. I think it's Shelby Young. I think that's her last name. So where I'm basically doing like an interview with them tomorrow about like TikTok shutting down and how they feel about it and like what they're going to do and how it impacts their careers. And I'm not a big TikTok person. I've never used it very much. Never really put much time into it, but like there are a lot of streamers who have blown up just because of TikTok. Like Queso is a TikTok streamer. I actually think Kai Cenat has benefited massively from TikTok. So there are definitely impacts on people in the creative space in general. I mean, Layers Deep went viral on TikTok. It has been good for the marketing for that game. So yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. Any more horror work? Yes, more horror work. I am currently attached to 3 more horror projects. One of them pretty much guaranteed. One of them, two of them pretty much guaranteed. The third one I should know in a couple of weeks. I had to do like a whole. It was my first time doing a live audition, which was fun. I've never done it before. And I have a follow up with them next week, and yeah, I think it'd be really cool if we make it. We'll see. Shuhei Yoshida said in an interview that PlayStation would have gone under with the bad PS3 launch if the Sony TV department hadn't been so successful. Hey man, game consoles are real volatile. Is Mr. Beast really buying TikTok or is it actually shutting down? I feel like it's gonna shut down. I'm interested to know how to contact you now that you're a freelancer and if we can contact you. Yeah, you have to contact me through my business email address. I intentionally don't make that, like, if people ask, I don't tell them, because it's very easy to find. So my thought is like, well, if you aren't willing to go the slight extra step to find that, then you're probably not the type of business collaborator I'd usually want to work with. So I don't say it here, but yeah, go find my business email address. My manager always forwards requests to me if he thinks they're serious or if they fit or whatever. Otherwise, I don't see them all. It's just too many. Outside the US, the TikTok ban seems to be a sure thing. Is there anything in the US that gives any idea or come change with DT coming back in office? It's a weird one because wasn't Trump the one who wanted to ban it originally? I think he was the one who said it the first time. I don't think it'll make any difference. I feel like they're kind of aligned on it. It passed, right? So, yeah. Do I have any visa issues after going freelance? I'm not on a visa. I've not been on a visa for 3 years. I'm on a green card, so no. Green card, you could do whatever you want. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, right. Always nice to see you. Hey, Alanah, I just quit my previous job over the last year in July to get into content writing and computer creation full-time. Been taking part-time jobs wherever while I can work on building my craft. What would you suggest instead of starting from scratch on writing, shooting scripts for videos or essays? Well, this is not the most helpful advice, but I would have told you to not quit your job until you'd already started doing that. Like, to be clear, I've never been a full-time content creator. Even now, I'm not a full-time content creator. I think that is a very difficult thing to do, and I would have waited until you had it down to leave your job. But now that you have done that, obviously, that's, you're gonna be fine. I would say, you just have to start and let it be shit. Like, it's my biggest tip for, like, writing in general. You just have to do it and let it be bad rather than, like, getting caught up in not wanting to do it because you're worried it's not going to be good enough. Just do it. And then once you finish writing a script and you shoot it, you figure out what you do or don't like about it. I only just recently started liking the way I make YouTube videos, and I've been making YouTube videos for 10 years. And I only just now I'm like, that's a good video. Which is why, like, when I reshuffled my channels, I took a bunch of stuff that doesn't fit the new format down. I took down like hundreds of videos to be like, I figured it out. This is what my YouTube channel content is. And so the stuff that's there is only stuff that fits that description. Because I was doing tons of different stuff. It took me 10 years to figure it out. But yeah, just do it. Don't hesitate to do it. Don't worry about where to start. Literally just start. Just go, I'm gonna write about this and get it out. And then you can refine. That will serve you much better than any advice I could give you, I think. Which app are we migrating to after TikTok gets assassinated? People are going to that Chinese social network. Have you seen that? Red Note? Redbook, sorry. I mean, I did see how you reacted to the Joy-Con Connect to the two Switch buttons having to slide them in. It was the phrasing. It was just the way everybody phrased it. It killed me. How do you handle long flights with COVID still going on and your asthma, similar health stuff and family also lives far, so it's hard? I've had COVID twice. The first time it was okay, the second time was really bad. I don't think about it, is the truth. I'll still wear a mask on flights sometimes, but yeah, I just don't think about it, which is not great, but what am I gonna do? Not see my family? I don't I just try not to think about it. How different is writing video games and films? Vastly different. When I applied for my job at Santa Monica Studio, I submitted a screenplay. I took a screenwriting class in university as part of my degree. Different games. So I said this to Leia's Deep Team. I also said this to I had a call with Umpaville about the game that he's working on, where I was like basically like doing like a little bit of narrative consulting stuff for him. And I encourage people to write games in screenplay format because I think it's the easiest for everybody to follow, but it isn't necessarily what everybody does. We did do that at Santa Monica Studio. But the difference is the amount of people who need to have input on the scene is so much bigger. Like when you're writing for a video game, there would be so much in like a script that I would write for Sony Santa Monica Studio where I would be like, and then this happens, but it's really vague because like I haven't spoken to the tech department or animation to see what they can or can't do yet, or like I'm writing it before the other departments are up to that part yet. So I would just write, here's the stuff that narratively I need to happen in this level or in this scene. I can write all of that. And then you leave a lot of blank space for other departments to come in and change things. And then you start putting things in a game, play through it with a narrative designer, and you go, okay, well, that line needs to be a little earlier. Ooh, that one's too long. It cuts into the other one. Okay, we need more space here. So like once you actually see it in the game, then you feel it out and you have to like space things differently. So format-wise can be quite similar. Application-wise is just so different. It's so much easier to write a screenplay than it is to write a video game. You can write a screenplay by yourself. Writing a video game requires so much collaboration, which is like one of my favorite parts of the job, to be fair. But also one of my least favorite parts of the job, especially AAA. You can write something and then animation says it's too expensive, so you have to cut it. And then you change it, and then level design says, actually, we can't do that, so you have to cut it. And so then like you kind of end up just having to like walk things back so much that you can lose a lot of the like original thing that you might have been really inspired by or that you thought was really cool. When I see people insult video game writing, say it's shit, whatever, there are a few challenges that come with writing video games that are very unique to video games. That's one of the biggest ones. So one of them, just straight up, is when you're writing a video game, you have to work with a million departments. But another one is when you're writing on something for that long, so many years, and you have to work with these departments who have budgets, your cool ideas just get cut all the time. So you will kind of get to a point where you just go, okay, whatever. And that's only if you work at a narrative first studio. The ones that aren't narrative first, the level's already been built. So they just have to like jam a story in there. That is like such a distinct problem with video game writing that is very difficult to fix. There are a myriad of other problems, like people can complain about video games over explaining things. You have to facilitate players who maybe haven't played the game in 2 weeks. You can't just carry on the story because you have to cater to every single kind of player and how often they do or don't play a game. And that is a really unique challenge that doesn't apply to film. It can apply to TV, but they have recaps. I would love for us to have recaps. Like if there's a way that we can use AI for good and it's to recap exactly what the player did in their last play session, that would be so helpful for video game writing, because then you wouldn't have to be like, by the way, this is what we're doing. Because otherwise people just get really fucking lost. It's a lot. It's so much. A lot of collaboration. Do I have a YouTube channel or something that would help us into writing games? I have yeah, there you go. Jeff kind of linked it for you. Thank you, Gaming Wizard 3. GTA the #1 franchise? Well, what do you mean my #1? Is downtown LA nice to live in? I don't know, I don't live there. I have one friend who lives in downtown LA, and she seems to really like it. I can't imagine living there. Downtown LA is a really weird place. Actually, no, I've known 2 people who live there who both actually really liked it, but I've not lived there. Yakuza 0 had recaps in between chapters. Yeah, so having recaps in between chapters is like pretty common. That's not uncommon. Like Until Dawn did that, you know what I mean? But I mean like a recap of a player session. not of a chapter that everyone experiences the same way. Like if you could like, you know how an iPhone sometimes will give you like a camera roll of a bunch of shit that like it's created an event. It's been like this person's birthday or whatever. I don't know. It's like it's taken an event and recognized you did something and it gives you that slideshow. They're usually really bad, but that kind of thing. If you could get like a breakdown of the things you specifically had done, I guess it would require recording, which is a huge memory issue. But maybe there's a way that AI can do that. I don't know. I don't know. Shouldn't game director decide if the writing fits and not the level design department? No. The game director's job is to make sure that the game is delivering on whatever the goal of the game is. So, like, I have friends who've written on Call of Duty. They came in after the game had effectively already been built. So it's like, they just have to kind of make it work with what's already there. That was not my experience at Sony Santa Monica Studio, which is why I think I would actually have a hard time working on a game like COD, because being writing first is something that's very nice to get used to, but yeah. Thank you, Worth Alan. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I had no idea that was a writing process. Interesting. Can it be difficult in an oh no my story way? It's a really common saying for any kind of fiction writing is kill your darlings, so no. You just don't care. It can get to a point where, like, if like I had whole characters get cut, just because that's the way things work. Like characters I had birthed from my brain who got cut. I remember them fondly, but I'm not like sad that they got cut because it's just the way it works. So like, no, but you can get demotivated. Like if things keep getting cut and you keep having to work and then it gets cut. That's why I like have so much sympathy for people who worked on cancelled games. I've worked on one cancelled game. It's an indie game that got cancelled. And even that's weird because it's like a thing that you're like excited for people to see and then suddenly it just doesn't exist anymore. It's a very weird feeling. But yeah. If you've been writing for a long time, it won't hurt you anymore. You got to be really used to it. Doesn't Alan Wake 2 do the recap thing really well? Again, I think Alan Wake 2 does it because it's a story-based game, so it's giving everyone the same thing. What I'm talking about is like a customized, like what if you could recap your Elden Ring playthrough? You know what I mean? Like a customized open world based on the shit you most recently did. Not a pre-rendered, like a thing that the team has built in. Am I not articulating that properly? Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Don't be afraid to kill your darlings. Oh, it's a common phrase used by writers that just means don't be precious. It doesn't mean characters specifically. Kill your darlings is just don't be precious about things you like. Just get rid of them. Move on. Thank you, Tom Creo86. Do you ever reuse cut writing on characters? Yeah, maybe. Sometimes. Thanks for the elaboration. Hey, no worries. I hope that I explained it well. Am I excited about the Until Dawn movie? So, I haven't seen the trailer. We do have some things to catch up on though. Let's catch up on some news, shall we? Some things to catch up on. I have not seen a whole bunch of stuff. Well, let's do it. Oh my god, we're gonna catch up on things. Oh yeah, Eternal CMO, sorry, this is kind of related, but kind of separate, but the other thing people falsely saying California is short on water. I mean, we are in a drought. That was a really annoying thing about the fires as well, though, for sure. Was, well, thank you, AM. I missed that, sorry. It wasn't that there wasn't enough waters for the hydrants. It was that they were trying to use so many at once that they had a water pressure issue. It's fucking... I'm fully with Bill Burr. Why does everybody become an expert on everything anytime there's a drama? You don't... Shut up. Just let experts be experts. I have a list of YouTube videos that I want to make, like ideas, and one of them is Death of the Expert. Of like how everyone thinks they know the best about everything. It's dumb. Like like people are trained in society to do specific things and we should be listening to them on those fucking things. You know? Ugh. Crazy. Alright, let's do this. Ew. Ugh. How dare you open in Microsoft Edge? That's disgusting. Ugh. Whoa. Because we have access to so much information on the internet? Yeah, but like, what you can read on Wikipedia doesn't make you an expert, you know? You know what I mean? Drives me crazy. It, like, straight up, there are so many YouTube content creators who think they know better about game development than game devs. You're fucking delusional. What are you talking about? Absolutely insane. Okay, we're gonna open this up. We're just gonna click on this, and I think that's gonna be okay. Alright, I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller there. Okay, good. That's great. Everyone thinks they're a therapist or a psychiatrist and can diagnose people. Yeah, look. As somebody who has been diagnosed with autism, and I've been pretty open about that for a pretty long time. Like, certainly, hate to say this, but before it was cool, I am sort of losing my mind watching everybody suddenly say they have autism. It's a very weird one. Like, do you though? What has happened here? Okay. Sorry, yeah, speaking of autism, you're watching me do that thing where I try to get these as perfectly lined up as possible. Didn't do it. And I also falling victim to believing you're an expert in the LA fire system like everyone else. No, the information that I am giving you is directly from the experts. Like, I'm not inventing shit. This is stuff that, like, said experts have said that I am relaying, which is how I tend to approach these things. God, it's close enough. I am gonna leave it, or I'll do that forever. I have autism too, as well as ADHD and Tourette's. That's a lot, brother. Goddamn. Hope you're alright out there. Okay, display capture. Let's do it. We're gonna start with The Last of Us Season 2. Because I haven't seen any of this. Because I barely had internet access. Oh, let's fucking gotcha. I've been wondering this whole time how different this is going to be to good stuff. To the game. But I also have always thought that TV audiences are probably going to be a bit more tolerant of what happens in The Last of Us Part 2 than gamers were because they've seen Game of Thrones. People getting killed who shouldn't be or that you don't want to be is a bit more accepted to a TV audience than it is to gaming audience, which I think is because gamers get far more attached to their characters because you like play as them. Like, I get it. We have an attachment because there's so much more empathy built into the medium because the medium is cool. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna watch that. We're gonna do that one more time, okay? It's a little bit short. That like, it's a teaser trailer. So it's a lot of very cool imagery, but I'm not really getting much. You know, it's like you flashed some things at me, and I thought they looked pretty. But I have very little to say at the end of the day. Trailer was shown during Sony's CES presentation. Oh, there's a longer trailer that I missed. Is that true? Is that true? Did I go brawling for those Pokemon cards? No, but dude, I thought about it. I thought about it. I really did go, oh man, I want more of those Pokemon cards, because I was collecting them, but then I saw the brawls and the scalping, and so I didn't. She still looks too young for Last of Us 2 early. I totally agree. Like, it's... I guess I don't know what you're supposed to do. I mean, you can age people up. But something about Bella Ramsey just looks so young. I really feel like it's just her face. It could be a little hard for me to buy that she's in an adult relationship, maybe? I'm having trouble finding any of the shots of her now. She looks so young, man. Like, I'm not one of the people who is upset that Bella Ramsey doesn't look enough like game Ellie. They're different mediums. The mediums are fundamentally different. The characters do not need to look the same. It should be all about performance and character. I don't agree with that criticism. If I wanted the same thing, I would just play the game again. That's my stance. You are welcome to have yours and disagree with it. That's just how I feel about it. They are different things. I'm fine with them looking different. You think she looks 16, 17? I feel like she looks really young. I feel like she looks 14. She got bad baby face, you know? That's the only thing about it that I'm like, this child? You know? I also think her acting could convince you that she isn't as young as she looks. That's totally true. Yeah. I am solely basing this on, like, frames of her face and not on her actual performance. She is a really good actress, so I think she can do it. Oh, thank you, the bus rider. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Wow, thank you. That's really, really sweet. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Thank you. Bad Baby Face is her rapper name? Maybe. I've seen her play guitar. Isn't she, like, hyper-Christian? So I don't know if she's going to be rapping. I've seen her play, like, I think she played, like, hymns on her guitar or something. Thank you, Rich Squire. Thank you, bus rider. That's so nice. Thank you. It's genuinely really, really kind. There you go. Have that. Yeah, that's an issue when you cast someone adult that passes a 14-year-old when you need them to be adult. People still just see the kid. Yeah. But obviously, they needed her to be and to look young originally, right? Like that was a requirement. It's difficult to get around when there's not as much of a gap. But yeah, I mean, she could act through it and be totally fine, you know. As for what this is, I feel almost nothing. Watch more The Last of Us here? What's this? Oh, this is a playlist. How dare you? How dare you? Someone in the chat said there was more. Is there something else? Couldn't they just recast for Older Ellie? I'm not a fan of a recast, personally. There's no extended version? Okay, good to know. What else we got here? Thank you for putting these together, Jeff. Yeah, I will be watching the Xbox Developer Direct. Oh, the Until Dawn trailer. Let's do this one. No! Ugh! Ugh! My... Oh, PC updated, and now it's like... Microsoft Edge? No! God! Never! Give me this, please. Copy text. Genuinely repulsed. I'm a big fan of Until Dawn. It is one of my favorite PlayStation games of all time, specifically because I played through it with my mom and we had so much fun. I love it though. It's really, really, really fun. What do I want from this? Look, I've played every single game. Rude, but fine. Let's just do that. I played every single game that Supermassive have made. Varying in quality. It is like one of my sole acting goals. Please, Supermassive. I want to be in one of these games so bad. And I would love to play the shitty bitchy girl. Because there's always one. And I just think it would be so fun. Supermassive, hear me out. Alright? I want to be in the next 5-hour game that you make as shitty bitchy girl. Please. I'm begging you. It would be really fun for me. Just let me audition. I don't have to be cast. Just let me try. You know what I mean? Just give me a shot. I just think it would be really fun time. What do I want from this trailer? I think you could very easily basically just directly adapt this one. Usually I'm like, make it different, but because it's all choice-based, you could just give me the canon version of the game. There are some things I really love about that game. I love the decision you have to make with the soul. Love that. Don't expect the game when you watch this. Oh, is it a whole new thing? They do say play to your strengths. It me. Shitty bitchy girl. Many flaws. I don't really get called bitchy. It's not, all the things that are wrong with me. It's not something I have been, I don't think I ever referred to as. But it would be fun. Boring? Definitely. Too monotonous? Definitely. Always seems half asleep? Yes. Bitchy? I almost wish it would make me more entertaining. Thank you, Zulda's Twitch. And her favorite was the casting of Frank Castle. I was okay with it, I just didn't like the end. Otherwise, I also thought it was fun. I just didn't like the end. Thank you, Lightest Thor. I'm all good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for the 6-month streak. There you go. If it didn't have the Until Dawn name, you would not know it's Until Dawn. Okay, well, that's disappointing, but at least you set my expectations. At least you set my expectations. Let's do it. Okay. Oh, hang on. Is my YouTube stream not working? People who are on YouTube? Oh, no, it is. Okay, sorry. I got an error. That keeps happening to me on YouTube. All right, let's do it. Sorry, I'm doing the thing people hate. Isn't he the guy who, like, speaks to you in the game? I think he is. Sorry, I'm gonna stop. This is a very different thing. Isn't this just like Happy Death Day? That's a great point. You can see some of the DNA in there. Like, the way the killer looks not dissimilar to the first Until Dawn, and they're in a house. Oh, that's creepy. Something new is trying to kill them every night? That's not very Until Dawn. But otherwise, that isn't either. This is just a whole separate movie. This is clearly like they're in a time bubble here. It's something I could see Supermassive doing. But, like, I could see them making this game that, like, has a time loop like this. But I'm with you that this is not... I really thought it was going to be, like, an adaptation of the first game, which is kind of strange. Does the movie have, like, TV lighting? Am I going crazy? It does look cheap. And realistically, it is cheap. Which is why they've done this. I would guess the budget was quite small, and that's why it all takes place in one house over and over and over again. I actually have a short film script that is effectively that same thing, sort of, except that the protagonist doesn't die, but he is stuck in a loop, sort of. But we're planning to film in the next 2 months. And it's in one house, because that way, you can afford it. Happy Death Day mixed with Cabin in the Woods. Well, I don't know about that, Chief. Cabin in the Woods is, like, peak. Cabin in the Woods is so creative with what it did, you know? Until Dawn is so good. I'm a movie fan, video game fan, so I was excited. It's like if Death Stranding movie would only have Norman Reedus, but he was on a vacation in Hawaii. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That's funny. The director wanted to capture the multiple outcomes from the game, so came up with the loop. I could see that. I could see that. It's, yeah. This looks fine. I don't actually feel that compelled to see it, though, which is kind of a bummer. Oh, dude, I used to love 13 Ghosts, but I haven't seen it in a really long time. Oh, thank you, Console. Thanks for saying hi. It's like some producer bought the rights and saw the title Until Dawn and just improvised a movie based on the title with barely a glance at the game. Yeah. Again, could be a fun concept. Don't feel the need to watch it, sadly. I don't think it's a bad trailer, but I'm not, like, as excited as I was, which is sad. A real bummer. I mean, Sony do kind of always do that. That Uncharted movie was not good. I remember because I was working at SMS when that came out. And I had to do a little bit of work with the God of War TV show, to help with the God of War TV show. And I saw the Uncharted movie and I was like, oh no, please don't let them do that to us. Please don't let the Uncharted movie be what happens to the God of War TV show, dear God. But Last of Us is quite good, so maybe the TV department will be different. Sony clearly fallen apart at the box office across the board. It is what it is. Did you hear about any of the Bluepoint God of War live service game that got cancelled? No comment. But, yeah, I probably can't even say. I probably can't even specify what I do. I don't know. No comment. What else have we got here? Ah, the cinematic trailer for The Blood of Dawnwalker. This is the game that is made by ex-CDPR devs, right? Thanks for putting this all together for me, Jeff. I appreciate it. You know, I've actually never seen any David Lynch films. I've never seen anything David Lynch has made. I've never seen Twin Peaks. Yeah, I've never seen anything David Lynch. I understand that he's influenced a lot of video games that I really love, but I'm not familiar with any of his work. So I was actually thinking this week maybe I need to fix that. Alrighty. The remake of Salem's Lot was a lot of fun. I heard that was good, but I haven't seen it. Okay, yeah, this is Blood of Dawnwalker cinematic trailer and gameplay teaser, made by the team that brought you The Witcher 3. I expect it to be quite cracking. Let's do it. Beautiful already. Stunning and brave. Was that a woman? Not buying it. It's either a woman or a man with a girly haircut. Regardless, not buying it. That's woke and gay. Exactly, Chacho. I've taught you well.
It's all right.
Oh no, it's a fanboy.
Don't hurt her!
You gave us quite the chase, young.
Please, sir. She's just a child.
Ah, Roderick, remind me, did I make an exception for children?
No, sire.
No. That would have been foolish, would it not? They spread the plague just as well as adults. And there's only one way to stamp out this sickness.
This is a really good setup. Like I understand the drama immediately.
Not just a runner, but a fighter too.
Tension. You love it.
Had we met under a different moon, things might have ended there.
Vampire. Los Forrados. He has galled. Damn, is that how the combat's gonna look, or is this just for this trailer? Oof. We got Blink here? This looks sick.
Lunka?
It's gonna make her a vampire and it's gonna fix her sickness. Right?
My sister. She needs help. Fast. Please, let us pass through. I beg of you.
Going to eat your sister. I love when video games slightly like Dishonored. Oh yeah, he did. He turned her. Called it. Called it, mate.
I don't know. How?
I am life. I am death. I am everything in between.
Didn't ask.
I have been watching your little valley. Pestilence, famine, killing, blood spilt carelessly like water. Things will be different now. For all of you.
It's a good trailer. Oh. Okay, thank you. I was like, as always, I just want to see what it looks like whenever I get a cinematic trailer like that. I'm like, what would we like to play? Sold. It's giving me Dragon's Dogma vibes, you guys, which is, as everybody knows, the best video game ever made. Thank you, Retro Graphics Arcade. That looks sick. Awesome. Very good. Looks fantastic. Check out the details I added as well. Jeff added details. Play as a human vampire hybrid, day-night cycle. Use weapons by day, vampire abilities by night. That's awesome. I wonder if it's like certain missions you'll wait until it's nighttime to do them because they'll be better with your particular abilities. That's really cool. Time limited quests. Okay, wow, it's way more Dragon's Dogma than I thought. Time limited quest, 30 days and nights exploring does not count towards time limit, apparently, like Persona / Metaphor games. Yeah, or Dragon's Dogma. Need to manage blood hunger if you haven't fed in a while. You may lose control and eat whoever you're speaking with. No way! It's very Dragon's Dogma. More Dogma likes. I want more Dogma likes across the board. Rad. Sold. So incredibly sold. All of that sounds so sick. Maybe I'll reach out to them for the Play Watch Listen channel and get interview someone on the team. I know a bunch of people who worked there. It was actually crazy. When I was in Poland last year? When did I have pneumonia? 2 years ago. I was in Poland and I was out to dinner with some game devs. And of all places, while out to dinner with some game devs in Poland, I got recognized by the people who were working on Dawnwalker. They were like, Alanah Pierce? And I was like, yeah, what up? And they're like, what are you doing here? And I was like, hello, nice to meet you. And it was a bunch of people who worked at CDPR of all places, some random restaurant by a river in Poland. It was very, very strange. But very cool. Yeah, maybe I'll reach out to them. Nothing like using sickness as a timestamp. Dead Rising, baby. Did it so well. Did it so well. Made it so stressful until you got that skateboard and then it was sick. Very cool. I said you could flat out fail a mission if you haven't eaten in a while and you just eat the dude from the quest. Dragon's Dogma. We need more Dogma likes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that rules. Very, very cool. Love it. That's shot up to one of my most anticipated. Which, like, I haven't really even looked at them right now. Let's have a look at game releases. 2025. What should we be expecting? Okay, everybody. I found it. Oh my god, I found it. That's crazy. Thank you, Bleachy Warhol. Yes, I am doing well. Oh, did you miss the Switch 2 review? I don't really have a lot to say about it, man. The Switch 2, my thoughts are really boring. It's like, okay, it's the same thing but bigger. What else? Like, I just need more information. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't, like, the mouse thing could potentially be very, very cool. Dave Oshry, who, New Blood, the studio that's made Dusk, they make a bunch of, like, retro boomer shooters. That could be huge for games like that. He pointed that out, and I was like, you're absolutely right. It could be really cool for that particular market, which is a market that I very much enjoy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot to say, sadly. Okay. 2025 releases. Legend of Cyber Cowboy. What a great name. I haven't heard of it. Hyper Light Breaker is coming to PC? Really? Only just now? That seems nuts. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. I actually probably will play that this weekend. I have to go get my hair done tomorrow. As you'll notice, my hair is extremely grown out. Because time, and I was supposed to get it done, and then the fires happened, so I'm getting my hair done tomorrow. I'll probably play that at the hairdresser, is what I'm saying. Dynasty Warriors Origins I've heard is really good, but I have beef with those games because I reviewed so many of them that like they kind of I just can't do it anymore, man. It's just too much and I can't do it anymore, and stop asking me to do it. I can't. You know what I mean? I just don't want to. You can't make me play more Dynasty Warriors, please. Okay, there's not much in January that I'm super interested in. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is currently one of my most anticipated games of the year. I didn't play as much of the first one as I would have liked to. Like my answer with games like that is always like, if something comes out at just the wrong time, I'll just end up putting it down. Like I didn't end up playing much of Stellar Blade. I really wanted to. I quite liked a lot of things about Stellar Blade. I was excited for it. I myself am a Kuma. Is Guna the right word? I don't know what the right word is. I like big titty hot girl in video games. I like it. I don't know what to tell you. You're allowed to dislike it if you want. Personally, I'm a really big fan. And I like the jiggles, and I like seeing it. Okay, so that's how I feel. I like it, but it came out at a bad time, so I played I think maybe 5 hours and then stopped because I had to travel or something. Obviously, last year was like a very weird year for me in terms of being in Australia so much because of cancer. Call that being cultured? That's true. I never tell from my mouse pad. What do you mean? I just can't get over the beard. It's so funny. Look at her little beard she's got. Look at it. Hang on. It's terrible. And it's there's nothing I can do about it. She's just got a little beard, you know what I mean? It does give her character, you're right. Also, hang on, this is the TikTok thing we do. We listen and we don't judge. You guys seen how gross my mouse is? That's fucking disgusting. What in the sweaty gamer nerd shit is this? Wash my hands? I wash my hands so often, dude. I have gotten up during a stream before just to wash my hands, okay? Don't even get me started. I wash my hands too much. I am a real hand washer. It's just from all that fucking gaming, man. It's so gross. I gotta clean it. Or I just get a new one. I have a spare mouse somewhere, surely. I'm a real hand washer. I clean my keyboard somewhat often because I like it. I've just not cleaned my mouse recently, so. What about mouthwashing? You one of those. I am actually going to be playing mouthwashing. Because of the fires, my life really everyone's really, but shit just really blew up, so I have to there's so many things I have to pick back up. I was supposed to do a game night with my patrons on Saturday, and I wasn't even able to use Discord while I was away. I think I mentioned we could upload things, but it would take minutes, you know, how Instagram, you have to repeatedly press the button, whatever. Discord just kept giving me a server error. I couldn't even talk to my mods. I could not use Discord. So there are many things that I need to reschedule, and one of them is I was gonna stream mouthwashing to my Discord Patreon supporters specifically. So I think I will do that at some point this month. I asked if they wanted to do a video game book club kind of thing. And yeah, this is for a special tier on my Patreon, basically. And And so I was going to play mouthwashing directly to them. And then I asked several of them to also play it, so we'll be able to talk about mouthwashing. So yeah, I'll probably play that. Maybe I could do that next Saturday. I just have to re-figure out my whole fucking life right now. It's a lot. Everything's it's falling apart. There's just so much. I have the same problem at this point. It's because of the hand washing. Could it be because of the hand washing? Could the hand washing be what made my controller so fucking nasty? Maybe there could be something to like if you wash your hands too much, it like creates more oils. Maybe. Is that a thing? What do you recommend I start? FF7 Rebirth or Nier Automata? Nier Automata, I think, is one of the goats. But you really do have to stick with it. You got to stick with that for a minute. Did you like it, Peter? You liked mouthwashing? Peter is one of the supporters who is part of Video Game Book Club. Not to make light of it, but I'm curious, since you had to evacuate, what was in your go bag? What is your need to take stuff? You know, I had a weird moment when evacuating where, again, my house was not in an evacuation zone. We evacuated because I have asthma and I needed to get out, or I would have just ended up in hospital. That's not as dramatic as it sounds. It's just a reality of having asthma. They give you steroid injections so you can breathe, whatever. I'm not trying to be like hospitalized. It's a very normal part of being an asthmatic and being in bad air quality. It's not, like, it sucks, but it's not as bad as it sounds. But I did have a moment where I was like, I could lose everything I own. And I was ultimately like, that's okay. It's fine. And a lot of friends who were in evac zones or like very close to evac zones who evacuated ended up feeling the same. It was an interesting thing to be like, it's just stuff. You know, one of the things I was saddest about was my PC. But it made me go, the things that are most important to me are the people I love. I have Banjo. It's fine. It's okay. So I had a lot of time to pack, so I took a whole ass suitcase and stuff, but the things that I prioritized were inhalers, a nebulizer, my passport. That was kind of it. Otherwise, it's like, do I have a lot of stuff that I love in here? Yeah, you'll notice boxes on the floor because I actually am going through and getting rid of stuff that I was going to donate a bunch of to some shelters here. Because people have also lost like cool knickknacks and stuff. Like I could give away some toys. I was thinking about streaming that, of like me going through my cupboard and getting rid of a bunch of clothes because I just need to get rid of stuff. My fucking place is such a mess and has been for way too long at this point. Like I feel like I don't want to be the kind of person who talks about it forever, but my stepdad dying. I mean, it was only 2 months ago. 3, I guess, but it's like I feel like my life's been in shambles since. I'm still picking up the pieces of like what is normal after that a little, and it just was so disruptive that there are so many things that are like my brain is just still a little scattered and I'm still just kind of getting used to it. So one thing that happened was my place just got really fucking messy. So I have a lot of cleaning to do, and I think it would be a nice time to get rid of some stuff, is basically what I'm saying there. Anyway, back to video games, sorry. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Looking forward to it. I'm down for Civ. I got offered a code and didn't take it, but I am down. Avowed, I believe, is being previewed now. I'm unsure about Avowed, you know? I'm just not sure. Like, it's not that I don't think that game will be good or that I will enjoy it. I'm just not sure especially if I compare it to Monster Hunter Wilds, do I want to play that particular open world game right now? I kind of think I don't. I kind of think I want to play Monster Hunter instead. I just have to be more choosy. There's too many big games. Is there someone behind me? He's right behind me, isn't he?
Where's that dog?
Where's Panda?
Yeah.
He's probably under the bed.
Oh.
If you can't see him, that's gotta be where he is.
Are you streaming?
I'm streaming. Are you painting?
Oh. Hello, chat. Yeah. What are you doing?
Going over games that are coming out this year.
Oh, for a very long time.
Things that we'd be wanting to play. It's absolutely one of my goats. Well, you're out of frame, but it is what it is.
Hello, chat.
You're saying Kingdom Come Deliverance, excited. Avowed, it might be one of those ones where if I have a bunch of friends who like it, I will pick it up. But for now, I think maybe no. because I'm going to play Monster Hunter instead. There's too many games. There are simply too many.
Are you playing Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch there was a Yakuza Like a Dragon Direct.
Yeah.
So I was gonna watch that too.
People are asking.
Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, you want to show them what you're painting? Go ahead.
But this is a finished power pack.
Beautiful edge highlighting, Robert Coley. Absolutely, this is like flawless. Look at you go. Oh, you haven't done these little guys though.
No, I got to do. I'm saving metallics for last.
That is beautiful. You are very good at this. Lovely. You know it's good, isn't it? You know. You handed this to me. Just have a look. Just have a look at the power pack. You know this is gorgeous.
No, there's some imperfections.
It's tiny, obviously. It's a miniature. Oh, look at that, Rahul.
Well, that's.
That's stunning, brother. Oh. Art. Absolutely lovely. Great job.
Thanks.
I'm a big fan of...
Someone said it's
like a little darker
your
on there.
support is so hot.
It's beautiful.
Thanks. I haven't done like much on this. Like it needs its third edge highlight, which is the one that pops.
What's poppin'?
Like it's got 2 out of the 3 edge
I
highlights pretty
see.
much. It needs its third.
Did you do Xenophil?
Yeah.
You can see.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
cool. It looks nice.
Yeah, there's Xenophil. But that backpack,
Very
power
nice.
pack, that's what that's gonna look like today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Will you get all of this edge highlighting done tonight?
I'm out. How long are you streaming for?
Probably stream for another hour or so.
Yeah,
And then I have
I'm
to
not-
make some sponsored stuff.
I'm gonna lock in, bro.
He's locked in, chat. This is the next one. Not done. Not done.
No, it's not done.
Oh, lovely. Look at it. Oh my god. Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous.
I want to be the first actor
To win a
golden demon.
Hang on, didn't one of them already do that?
Yeah, I want just me and him.
You and Ansel Elgort, whatever his name is. Who like what did he like DM minors or something?
Maybe he's asking for painting tips.
I don't think he was.
He's
Rahul.
asking for glazing tips.
I don't think he was. Oh. Oh, what's wrong with you? You hear Banjo?
It's all about glazing.
Get out of here. Disgusting.
Did he really win a golden demon? Is it just
I
him?
think he did, yeah. Oh, hey, Jacob. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, everybody. Hi. It's baby boy Jacob. Look, he's here. It's him.
Well, I can't see him.
That's literally him. It's him swinging a lightsaber.
Oh, it's Jacob.
I don't know. That's a cool gif. Hello, Banjo.
Yeah, Henry Cavill paints Warhammer, but I don't think he's going for a golden demon.
He's not the... So the... Context, everybody who's not a giant nerd. First, congratulations on all that sex you have. Second, a golden demon is a Warhammer trophy that you specifically win for painting very well. But most people don't do that because they are trying to paint armies so they can play the game. Rahul doesn't have that dog in him. Rahul is a little perfectionist artist. So, oh, hello, Bando. So he paints everything to the level they call it heavy metal. That is literally what it's called.
Golden Demon Winners 2024.
Oh, yeah.
They are ridiculous. Like I'm not even gonna get a sniff of it.
Hello, man.
You
You're
put
very good.
You put Golden Deadmon.
Deadmon.
It would take me years.
Stop bugging your little butt. What your little butt doing, Banjo?
It would take me absolutely
Holy
freaking
shit.
years. Yeah, I know I'm a decent painter. I can't.
That's crazy.
Oh, for God's sake, look at the waterfall. Is that a Necron? Let me see. Oh, for God's... And there's another one to the side.
The
Look at the
background.
marine on the next one.
Oh my god. Stunning.
I can't paint non-metallic metal.
You just haven't tried.
That's true. I haven't tried.
Like that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
That's Army.
Whoa.
Unit. Jesus Christ. Who is that?
Wow.
Quanho him.
That's the same person.
No, that's not. That's. Oh my god, they won single, and they won. They won two.
Look at the banner. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Unit or kill team, silver.
Wait, they didn't win a golden demon. That was bronze.
Oh, was it?
Oh, that's gold. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's gold. That's bronze. Wow.
This is silver.
The next one. Oh,
The blues are so pretty.
so pretty. This makes me not want to go back. To
I
paint.
love the banners. That's so like the way that they've highlighted that. Damn, that blue's gorgeous. It's like a
It's him
turquoise.
again.
No.
That's the other one who got no. Lee Jong is the other one.
Oh,
They're
you're
winning
right,
multiple.
Yeah.
I'll get a life.
Large miniature or vehicle?
Yeah, these are big boys.
That's also beautiful.
Why did that win?
Stunning.
Why did the tank win? What am I not seeing?
I mean, that's really well done. And I
Is
love
this
how it looks like
kids?
it's all like striped.
I don't get it.
I think that's great.
Disrespect, I don't get it.
Roll's not feeling it.
I wasn't feeling that one.
Age of Sigmar.
Age of Sigmar.
Oh my god, the face.
They're so buttery. The you see the layers, Bob.
Yeah, context to everybody that like if you're not like super familiar with Warhammer, I mean it should be obvious, but none of these lights or shadows are from a light or a shadow. This is all painted light and shadows, like they're fake. Like this here, not a real shadow. That is a painted shadow. At least I assume. That's how it usually is. But like all of this, it's not actually metallic. That is all paint. They are freaks. Oh,
Jesus.
that's me when I wake up in the morning.
That's me when you wake up in the morning.
This one?
No, there. With my knob, look.
Oi!
Wow.
Damn.
Fucking hell.
That looks like it's from an anime.
Yeah.
Oh, and that too. That's not real chainmail. It's all just highlighting. Oh my god. Whoa. Look at the leaves.
It's all too
bro.
sweaty, man. Everyone's got to chill out. This competition doesn't feel accessible to.
So Roll wants to win one is basically what we're learning right now.
Look at that! The Lord of Blight at the bottom in the middle.
Crazy.
Remember, I'm painting him.
Yeah.
From.
Yours doesn't have the axe though, right?
I haven't put it together yet.
I wonder how they did that green over the top. I wonder if is that like an addition?
Maybe, yeah. You can add like little
Mhm.
parts.
Like the drips there too. I wonder if they added those.
Yeah, it is too many
Oh
sweats.
my god. It's so sweaty, dude.
Look at the dog.
It's Banjo.
That horse.
Whoa. The big
Fuck.
ones are crazy because it's like you look at it and then you see something like that's fucking the banners, dude. That's crazy.
We should go
Oh my
to
God.
Golden Demon.
I'd love to
'cause
go.
apparently just going to look at them and talking to the artists.
I would love to. Yeah, Rahul's a very good drawer. He's good at drawing. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If you learn to draw, you can achieve this. I can also draw, but my thing is that I'm really only capable of copying. Like, that's what I've always done. I am a good drawer, but I always reference.
Well, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
what life is.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I-
you could
I-
draw this Coke bottle.
I'm good at that. Yeah, I won an
that's-
art
well, that's
competition
it.
because
but drawing
I,
off the imagination and drawing off the dome is not.
That's what I
drawing.
can't do,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
another whole other thing.
I won a competition when I was like, I don't know, 15, maybe younger than that, because I drew a picture of my stepdad.
I thought you were just going to say something random like egg and spoon race.
No, I redrew a picture of my stepdad's mum, and it was just like this really cute picture of her in a dress, and I drew it in graphite. It was really fun. So I'm very good at but that's all I can do. Is I,
Well,
I can
you're
reference, but I
working on a
can't
mini right
imagine.
now, aren't you?
Yeah,
We've got to get you back on.
yeah, let's do it. I'd be down to do that on like Sunday. You wanna paint?
100%. Yeah.
I wonder if we
I'll
can
set
stream
you
it.
up.
You set it up.
Yeah, we can set it
What
up.
the fuck?
Jesus! This is what I would be doing at
This
Golden
one's
Demon, though. We would just be
crazy.
shouting, and I'd sound angry.
I feel like this is the most impressive of all of them thus far.
Look at the flocking.
Holy shit. Even this, like,
Yeah, the flocking, the grass.
oh my god.
I'm sorry, chat. I've derailed Alana's stream with painting, but you said it's gaming. This is gaming.
Yeah, you're fine. We just hanging out here today. Damn,
This
I
was
love
Adepticon.
these
Isn't that on
bases.
now? Oh no, that's the Nova, the Vegas one.
Yeah, the Vegas thing's different. That's
Sarastero's there
beautiful.
teaching.
Is he?
I think they flew over.
No way.
Yeah.
Luton messaged me yesterday. He was like, glad you guys are okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I've been falling asleep to Luton all week. I've heard his
You
voice
sure
more
have.
than
Yeah,
you.
last night when you fell asleep, it was Luton, and then it transitioned into Charlie playing Space Marine 2, and that's when I left. I was like, I'm gonna leave you to that.
Oh, Moist Penguins.
Yeah. Playing Space Marine 2. Oh, beautiful. Love this webbing.
That's a vampire, isn't it? That's
Something,
so
yeah.
nice.
Something about the
Oh, that's his
the
art,
shading
like
on the
wings
white.
coming out of his.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's on the back of something.
Is he though? Because isn't that his like torso's attached?
Isn't that a head in it?
Is it? I don't know. I think that's all one
That's
being.
one being.
I think I'm just not familiar with whatever creature that is. Gorgeous. Look at that. Oh my god.
Underworld.
The fucking turquoise just pops so hard, dude.
Excuse me.
Hello, orcs.
Oh, you love orcs.
I do love orcs.
Oh my god, there's a Horus Heresy chapter.
Wow.
Horus Lupercal. I was there the day Horus slain the
That
Emperor.
hair.
Me and
Stunning.
Alanah really want to play Warhammer together and add it to our little
Oh my god.
our arsenal of things we could do.
Look at this,
But I
bro.
will never paint an army.
No, Rahul. When Rahul told me that he was planning to paint an army, which is what he started.
Why don't you paint the army?
Which is what he
Then we
started
can
with
play
this
with it.
guy, right? Hear me out. He came downstairs. He was like, "I'm gonna paint an army so we can play. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna see if I can do one an hour." And I went, Rahul, I love you so much. You don't have it in you. I said, I don't believe you. You are not that guy. And I was like, it's okay that you're not that guy. You don't have it in you to do this. You're not the type of guy who can just paint something sloppily and then move on. It's not who you are. Just accept it. It's fine. And then he came back and he's been working on this for like 2 days.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
That is
And I was
one-
like, what did I say? You're just not that guy. It's
that is
fine.
one of the best. Look at that. Look at that. Look what's going on.
Insane.
Look at what's going on. Look at his
Alanah knows Rahul
shoulders.
doesn't have the endurance. If anything, it's the opposite. He's just so committed to one thing. You know what I mean? He finesses the one thing. He's not about having 10. It's just not who he
I
is.
couldn't have a threesome.
No, you'd be like, how do I perfect 2 of them? Wouldn't work out. It's just not you. Gorgeous. Stunning and brave.
Bloody Nora. Wow.
Wow. I like this background.
You're getting a Horus.
What do you mean?
There's
Oh,
Horus.
right. I was like, are you buying me a Horus? We already have Horuses.
Everyone, that is ridiculous.
This is bronze,
That's
bro.
bronze. Bronze. He didn't even get Golden Demon.
Look at the
Imagine
eyes.
doing that and they go third place.
The eyes.
Oh my god.
Look at the object source lighting around here. Look at the red underneath his chin, like on his.
Oh, you talking about OSL? You talking about all that OSL?
I am talking about OSL, yeah.
Look how much you've learned. Look at the object source lighting.
The object source lighting on this is immaculate.
Look at the non-metallic
Oh.
metals.
Well, that's got to be Mephiston Reddy's used there. Beautiful.
You probably did.
Yeah, it's not a joke. The texture there is crazy. It'd be so funny if we were judging this competition. We'd be like, what? Gold! Amazing! Just to everybody. Can you imagine having to differentiate
I think
them?
Darren did some judging or whatever. They can
Crazy.
paint this level, so they're looking at stuff we ain't. They're seeing stuff.
Yeah,
and going,
true. Dude, are you shitting on my dick right now?
You're about to get Lord of the Rings ones after.
Are you
this.
shitting on my dick? Look at it.
Look at what he's.
This looks like a drawing.
Raphael said, "I'm not content with the horse. Let's see what's underneath the floor."
Yeah.
And
Dude,
decided,
you didn't even have to do all that,
"You
Raphael.
sweaty bastard."
Oh my god.
Looks like a 2D rendering.
Yeah, it fully does.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Why do I find
Wow.
this incredibly cool yet kind of naughty?
Look at the
It
tree.
is. This is how I got hooked. I got hooked. My toxic trait. You know
Just
how everyone
something
says.
slutty about it.
You know everyone says their toxic trait is.
Yeah.
My toxic trait is seeing anyone on the internet do anything creative and thinking I can do it.
Yeah, I don't have.
And
that
that's what happened here.
I'm
I
not that
saw
guy.
this stuff and went bet, and now I'm
You can do it, Rahul. If you were dedicated, 100% you could do this.
for a role.
No,
Someone write me a role as a Golden Demon winner.
you could do
Watch.
it. You could do it. Imagine the judges may have some different perspective seeing them in person. Also true.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there might be things like at the back that don't look as good or whatever. Middle Earth.
Now you have to put
Oh,
talking about games and Golden Demon winners.
look at the ice.
That got gold.
I would have done very different object source lighting on this. I would have gone like icy on the bottom, make it like very glary.
Would ice do that?
It's pretty reflective. Yeah, it glares on you. Like you can get really sunburnt snowboarding. There was one time I went snowboarding and obviously I got to wear goggles because the glare's so bad. But I had a bad like face tan around where my goggles were because the glare is so extreme from the sun.
That's why people wear sun cream, right, when they go skiing and shit,
Yeah, you have to.
because it's
Yeah.
bouncing off the snow. Who's this little guy? Even that silver. Look at the non-metallic metals.
Look at him. He's just a little guy.
His name
rocks
should be
around.
Neil.
This
It's
guy's
the
name
same
is
as-
Neil Horace.
Hey, it's Neil.
Oh, Blood Bowl.
Whoa!
Damn.
Look at the flocking. The little
Oh,
hand.
the flocking.
Look at the.
Oh
look
my
at the-
God.
Look at the. That grass is awesome.
Yeah.
He's put in the stripes.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
for
grass.
Blood Bowl. Whoa. That's just a cool model.
We own Blood Bowl somewhere.
I know. We own everything.
We own Necromunda somewhere.
It all could have burned down, you know? How sad. Were these single kits or some mashed together? I don't know. They're probably single kits, but I'm not actually sure. There are so many Warhammer figures that like I couldn't tell you what came from what, you know? I'm very drawn to these types of this turquoise color. How
Of course you
neon
are.
it
It's one of your
looks.
favourites.
My favorite color is lilac, I think you'll find.
Oh.
Or mauve.
I'm colourblind, by the
Turquoise is my
way,
mom's favorite color.
which makes my hobby that little bit more difficult. I'm not going to
Lovely,
go paint now
lovely,
after
love
this.
this,
I'm going to go play video
love
games.
this.
I don't want to paint.
All this gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Rahul should paint his bolt gun character. I did. Granted, a few years ago now, but I did. Look at that. Epic scale. Look at the size of the minis on the ground.
Mm. Whoa, cool.
Those are massive, aren't they?
I don't know.
Those Tau ships.
Whoa. That's really cool. It's like Halo.
Suspended.
It's like the video game Halo.
Wow.
Wow.
They did a reflection.
That's fucking crazy.
And because he's a vampire, he's got no head or hands. Because he's reflecting. Are you, chat, are you seeing this?
Are you shitting on my dick? I assume this one is not an actual model.
No, it's not.
This one is the kit bash.
I think the guy is not, but the tree and everything else is.
Well, maybe this could have been a kit. And then he just obviously did that. He edited
but
the
they
bottom bit.
also repose them and stuff as well. Cut them off and then use a bit of putty and green stuff to repose, so you can never tell.
Oh my
but I think that's a
God.
kit just repeated twice. No, but it's upside down, so it's reflected.
True.
Wait, hold on.
How did he even do that?
So he's done a reverse.
Yeah, he's had to flip everything. Yeah.
Imagine it's just a mirror and we're sucking him off.
It can't be.
Yeah,
Because
I know.
this is here in... Oh my god, amazing.
Someone in the chat said video games.
Never heard of him.
This is video games.
This too, bro.
Wow. Some Space Hulks.
Look at the object source lighting. Oh. The like reflection of the fire.
This is going to be depressing
Oh my
after this
God.
one. The next category go up.
Sick.
Oh my
That's
god.
so sick.
It's parachuting.
Oh my god.
The next one's going to make us depressed because it's young bloods. Under 16 and under.
That's dope.
I think it's 16 and under.
I'm a big fan of all the horse ones.
They're doing non-metallic metal.
Yeah. The open competition? I don't know what that means.
I think artists like that work it.
Oh, okay. They're
Like Darren
everyone's
can enter
allowed.
an open one. He can't enter. He's not allowed because he's an heavy metal painter. So these ones are the guys that are, I think. Look at that squig.
Look at his tongue. Little cacodemons.
Be inspired, not jealous. No. Jealousy is my fuel.
Yeah, I ain't got that dog in me. Rahul's fueled by rage.
Oh, they got the Slayer sword. He won the Slayer sword.
Of course. It's fucking beautiful.
Slayer sword is like the ultimate. Oh, we're getting close to look at it. It's sculpted a mirror image showing the Hollow King's empty.
Oh, so
armor
it's
being
supposed to be
reflect-
water.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's looking in his water,
And
and
so-
his reflection
and this
is not.
in the water is why you
Yeah,
can see it.
it's
I
his
see, I
reflection.
see.
Hello
That's
to
fucking crazy.
hello to your mum.
Hello to your mum.
Yeah, someone's mum watched Midnight Mass.
Big up, DRX Roxo mum. You know, we found out today that Bevo does porn. So,
And when she finished, she said she knew the rules.
is that true?
That's what she said.
Oh,
I watched a bit of Bevo's porn on Pornhub. Well, because he eats
He's
food
allowed.
weird.
He's allowed.
He
He's
eats
allowed.
food weird.
He's
So I thought he might do porn weird. But it was normal.
Anyway, insane. Back to video games.
Yeah. I'm going to go.
Okay, see you.
Thanks for that.
Anytime, mate.
Hope everyone enjoyed Golden Demon. Go out. I hope someone decides today in chat to win a Golden Demon.
How do you
I'll see you at the...
Bevo is doing porn. You heard me, right? You heard what I said. You heard. Anyway, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Right, that's it.
Do you think you'll play Assassin's Creed Shadows, Raul Gully?
No.
Okay, thanks.
And my friend Tongai plays Yasuke.
Mhm.
And I love Tongai. He's a sweet
Is he
dude.
the guy in Next Exit?
But I hate Ubisoft more than I love Tongai.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's harsh.
I can't play Ubisoft games. There's too many things on my screen. Too many things to do.
You played Star Wars Outlaws.
Only to so that I could say I didn't like it. Too much stuff. I ain't got time anymore.
There's a lot of stuff.
I loved. If you work at Ubisoft, you're doing a great job and everything. Much love to everyone. It's hard out there, but I do not have enough time to win a Golden Demon and play Ubisoft games.
Raul, how do you feel about the Doom Warhammer crossover?
What the hell is a Doom Warhammer crossover?
I didn't know there was one either. What are you talking about?
What are you talking?
What
Don't
are you
fucking
fucking
say
talking
this to
about?
us. We're both wearing matching sweats.
Oh my god, we are. We both have Doom sweats on. Doom Warhammer crossover? What are you shitting my dick?
Oh, there was supposed to be one on Amazon, right?
I'm not seeing
And they said
nothing.
no.
I'm not seeing nothing. What are you talking about? I have seen that you can play Doom in a PDF. That's so cool. What?
How do you play
What?
Doom in a PDF?
What? I'm actually not sure, but it seems cool. What was the other question? Oh, score prediction for tomorrow?
No,
We don't talk about it.
we're wobbling. Don't want to talk about it.
No, we are Doom sweats. You're not wrong. It was for secret level, but they rejected the idea? Huh. Man, I know a bunch about the development of secret level, because obviously it's being developed while I worked at Sony, and I'm not going to say anything. Maybe one day I will share some of those stories, because some of that shit, pretty wild. And I'm so surprised that the reception went down the way that it did. How excited am I for Split Fiction? I think that Hazelight make really unique, really creative games. I asked Joseph Farris if I could play it with him and interview him for the Play Watch Listen channel, and he said yes. So, obviously that has not been approved by PR. I'll have to get that approved before I can do anything about it, but Joseph Fares himself said yes. So hopefully we will be playing Split Fiction with Joseph Fares, and I'll interview him at the same time, which should be super, super fun. So yeah, looking forward to it. As long as they approve it, obviously. Assassin's Creed Shadows, everybody. Okay. I used to love Assassin's Creed. I love Brotherhood. I love Black Flag. And 2. They like just very fond place in my heart. I gave Origins, I reviewed it for IGN, and I gave it a really good score because I thought it did a lot of really good things, but that was also, I played it after not having played any of them for a while. I didn't play Valhalla. Corey told me not to. I would have died for that Japanese Assassin's Creed game. Like when Brotherhood and Revelations came out and then 3 came out, I was so excited about the idea of everyone, right? That was like the thing we were like, you gotta do it, everyone wants it. I think, like Rahul said, and I was talking about this on the Min-Max podcast yesterday, I just have so much Ubisoft fatigue. And there's also, like, there've been a number of games, like, I would prefer to replay Ghost of Tsushima if I were really specifically after, like, something that is, like, sort of like a Ubisoft experience. Like, there are some similarities, obviously. I'd probably just replay that. I don't know, man. It feels weird to not want to play it, but the truth is, I don't really want to play it. I don't think. That is my big thing too, Pathrifter, and I'm really curious about, like, how people feel about that top to bottom. Is, I just have, like, exceptionally bad open world fatigue. Like, I really, really do. Like, I'm no longer willing to play not even open world fatigue, 100+ hour game. Like, the longest game that I played last year would have been Dragon's Dogma 2. I think it was, like, I spent 70 hours or something, and I had a fucking wonderful time. I loved it. I don't have it in me to do that for something that I'm not that excited about. You know? Play it to prove the culture warriors wrong. I'm not doing anything in any direction for any culture warriors. I'm only going to play stuff I like for whatever reason. I'm not letting any of them influence anything that I do. So, yeah. Previews drop in a few days. Yeah, I guess I'm not against it, but GTA will be a long-ass game and I can't wait. With you on that. Look, I'm definitely playing GTA, obviously. That is my most anticipated game in years. Rockstar, the GOATs. I stand by it. They're much more enjoyable games you can beat in less time. It's kind of how I feel, man. I don't know. I'm just anything right now that is big open world RPG, unless it's like a Dragon's Dogma, which is exactly what is it called? The Dawnwalker looks like? Or a FromSoft game? I don't think I want it. Split Fiction. I will play. Assassin's Creed, not sure. There's some interesting things about this game. I'd like more information. This is where we get out of release dates, obviously. To be announced, other stuff that's coming out in 2025. Baby steps, I'm sure I'll stream that for fun. Not a Borderlands person. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is very exciting, to be honest. Death Stranding 2, interested, but not definitely sold. Doom the Dark Ages is 100 up there. Like, that and GTA are like I will sweat that game. That is one of those games that I will be the most disgusting version of myself, which happens to me every now and then, where I will not shower. I will barely sleep until I finish that game.
Is that for Doom?
Doom and GTA this year. I'm going to sweat.
Can I pull your attention to a video game that's been overlooked?
Yes, my love?
Do they list Virtua Fighter?
Probably.
So RGG are doing Virtua Fighter, and the internet, and particularly like the RGG forums, are losing their minds over some of the tech demos.
It looks gorgeous.
Looks like it's one of the most fluid,
Bando.
It looks like it's some of the most fluid fighting I've ever seen in a video
He's wagging
game.
his tail back there. A big yawn. Little wolf.
Banjo!
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Hello, Muffin. His name's Bando.
Yeah, it looks like some of the most fluid fighting I've ever seen in a video game.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
RGG,
The stages look gorgeous.
that's probably in that tech demo, isn't it? You said it's an RGG. Sorry, you said it was an RGG video.
Yes,
development.
we have.
Or is it
Oh,
just-
it's a Like a
It's
Dragon.
like a
Direct.
dragon.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's just going to be for Pirate Yakuza.
Which also very excited about. Nope, that's not what I wanted.
What are you looking for?
Cool.
This whole thing was Pirate Yakuza.
Correct. Yeah. Fire Yakuza.
Are you watching it?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Oh,
I was just gonna finish off this list first.
how are
though.
you just gonna watch it without me, man?
You can stay if you want. What?
I've just made the wet
I
palette.
bloody just made a wet palette. How could I possibly? Obviously, GTA. Very excited about Fable. I know some stuff about that game. Excited about all of it. John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. Judas. Very interested in that game. That's on the list for me for sure. Little Nightmares 3. Very much down. What else is coming this year? I'm expecting some new Pokemon games. There's a new Layton game. Oh my god. That's very exciting. I used to play through all the Layton games with my mom, so hopefully that comes out at a point where I'm in Australia and we can play Professor Layton. Very exciting. I don't know what that voice is. I'm very excited about the Professor Layton game. Skate Story looks cool. There are a lot of video games, you guys. Maybe too many. Maybe we're making too many of them. Have you considered that? Too many legends of things as well. We gotta tone those down a little, I think. Yeah, that's it so far. I'm sure we will get more announcements as the year goes on as well, obviously. Can we set a wager, chat? Hollow Knight Silk Song. Does it come out this year? Jeff, can you set up a poll? Hollow Knight Silk Song this year or not? Give the people what they want. Who knows? I don't know if Jeff's still here. Hang on. I think I know how to do polls myself now, don't I? Don't I know how to do those? Poll. Ah, I do. Wait. I'm doing it. There we go. Oh, it's already active. You beat me to it. I'm also voting no, but we'll let the chat decide. Switch 2 launch titles? Yeah, good point. I don't really have predictions. I don't feel like... I'm not very good at predicting what Nintendo are up to, really, ever. I'm just not good at that. Hollow Knight Silk Song is the new GTA 6. No. I feel like Hollow Knight Silk Song is the new Last Guardian. They need a meh category? It's not... No, it's... Is it coming out this year or not? It's not if you're excited for it or not. Oh, sorry. Big Fig 209. Am I still DJing? Yes, I'm actually. In case you didn't know. DJing Comic-Con The Cruise. This right here. We are sailing February 5th to 9th from Tampa, Florida to Cozumel, Mexico. Royal Caribbean Serenade of the Seas. I'm DJing like multiple nights of the Comic-Con cruise. I'm pretty excited about it. It should be really fun. Yeah, it's basically a bunch of nerds on a cruise ship. Let me see what the actual schedule is. I think I'm DJing like 4 or 5 times. I'll probably live stream one of them. Let me check. Let me have a look. Where is it? The schedule. I'm DJing the first night, the kickoff party. I'm DJing daytime on the deck on the second day. And then the second night, which is the sci-fi dance party. So Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday I'm DJing twice. Friday, DJing the after party. Saturday, the Saturday one sounds really fun. It's a pajama party. So yeah, I'm DJing every day. It's gonna be fun. Stream it on IG or on here. It would have to be on Instagram. There's no easy way for, like, I don't even know if we'll have Wi-Fi. There's no easy way for me to do it. How long are my sets? They're all pretty long. The first one is, and I prefer a long set, to be clear. Anytime that I've had to do an hour, I find it really frustrating because it's like you only just kind of get into it and then you have to cut it off. I've done like 7 hours straight before, and I love that. The first one is 3 hours. The second one is an hour and a half. The third one is 2 hours. The fourth one is 3 hours. The fifth one is 3 hours. Or 3.5 hours. Yeah, it should be really fun. But yeah, I'll try and live stream them on Instagram or TikTok if it still exists. It probably won't, but not expecting great Wi-Fi. That's true. That's true. But yeah, you can join me on that if you would like. I will be there DJing every night, and I think it's going to be really fun. Okay, shall we watch the Like a Dragon Direct? What kind of stuff do I play? I'll play anything. My DJing is always, it depends on the crowd. So I will fully pick what I'm going to play depending on the crowd. So like I DJ'd a wedding a couple of months ago, and because of the vibe, I was like, it was kind of like deep house, like a little tropical house. Stuff that I call Hitman club music, the kind of music they would play in a club in a Hitman game. For the Comic-Con cruise, again, it always depends on the crowd, but what I do for nerds for the most part is I have this playlist that's like 1,000 songs and it's called Shit They Know. And it's nerds tend to respond the best to if they know song lyrics. So if I'm doing any of the video game parties, I tend to go with like pretty cheesy stuff that people can sing along to because it makes people feel a little more comfortable. Then there's a lot of profiling that goes into DJing because I'm not a person who does set lists. I never do set lists, never have. I pick songs totally randomly, completely based on what I'm looking at. If there's a bunch of white girls and if you need to get somebody up to dance, like you go, okay, well, if I can get this crowd to dance, then this crowd might join them. There is so much like figuring out what the audience is doing. White girls is Beyonce. If I'm like, these white girls aren't dancing, if I could get them to dance, it would create a large dance floor and there would be more hype. Beyonce, every fucking time. Taylor Swift also works. Beyonce works better. There are like just absolutely little micro things you do. Okay, I gotta get and then these people will dance. They'll dance to this. It's a lot of profiling. But I find it very, very fun. I really, really enjoy it. And like there are people who just DJ based solely on playlists. Like as in set lists, like they have the music pre-planned. I've never once done that. I can't even imagine doing that. It would take half the fun out of it. And it's also like then you're just playing for you and not for the crowd. I don't know. Whatever. Cool sounds racist. Maybe. White girls do dance to Beyonce. I don't know what to tell you. It's just true. Oh, thank you, Dana McLaughlin. Yeah, I did some DJ streams during COVID. But like the ones I did during COVID, I was effectively not even really DJing because I couldn't hear Q. So I was just free mixing, it was just very limiting. I basically wasn't able to DJ. But I still have like a SoundCloud that's up of stuff that I mixed at an event that you can go hear, which was properly mixed, but yeah. All right, let's watch the RGG Like a Dragon Direct. Cat to Chan, man, you can't play songs for yourself. You can't do it. I'll do it towards the end of the night, but you really have to play songs for the audience. That's yeah. It's all about making sure they have fun, and then the more fun they have, the more fun I have as well. So yeah. I can't believe they did Pirate Yakuza, dude.
Today
We can maybe do 1 and 3. Nah, people won't dance to that unless it's like a rave. You gotta do based on what you know that they'll like or be familiar with. EDM, you can do stuff they don't know, but sparingly.
One of a kind crew building and exhilarating naval
I can't
combat.
believe how crazy this
Prepare
game is.
yourself for an over-the-top high-seas adventure for the modern-day privateer, helmed by you.
Just ain't
the
nobody
one-eyed
doing it like RGG,
ex-Yakuza,
man.
Captain Majima. So hoist the sails. We're on the hunt for scurvy dogs and legendary treasure.
I'm not surprised, Ghidorah. Black Flag 2 looks crazy, that's what I'm saying.
Like a dragon, pirate Yakuza in Hawaii's dynamic combat.
It's so
system
funny that it's
features
called
two
Like a
unique
Dragon
fighting
Pirate
styles for
Yakuza
a
in
deep
Hawaii.
variety of devious mix-ups.
Also, I always find this very strange. When I am talking about the Japanese mafia, I say Yakuza. When I'm talking about the video games, I say Yakuza. And I know that the correct way to pronounce it is Yakuza. But for whatever reason, when most people say the Japanese mafia in the West, they say Yakuza. It's a weird why we decided there are two different pronunciations of that particular word. It's really strange. Oh my god, dude.
Deliver explosive blows, judicious juggles, and gravity-defying air combos that generously reward your creativity. With Mad
It's
Dog
so
Time,
colorful.
channel Majima's muscle memory to slash and stun
I wonder what the
scallywags
actual
into
Yakuza think
submission.
of these games. I think they're
Deliver
fairly popular in
precise yet
Japan.
powerful combos with speed.
But in
agility,
Japan, they've
and
always
flair.
been called Like a Dragon.
Dodge and block
They've
to
never
land
been called
destructive
Yakuza.
counters.
Thank you, Just Onions.
Then
Does
bust
that
out a
matter?
heat action
No.
and send them
Many things
below
they say don't
decks.
matter.
Still standing? Hold down an attack to shiver their timbers with crushing charge moves that will have you lightning dashing, whirlwind slashing, and uppercut mashing. Do that enough, and you'll end up with a full madness gauge. This is good. Unleash it to summon shadowy doppelgangers, multiplying your destructive force
Jesus
to
Christ.
take down hordes of enemies. in
It
a
does
flash.
seem... Oh, well, not really. I was going to say it seems like there are a lot more
Once you've
enemies than
mastered
previous
Mad
games on
Dog
screen,
style,
but...
Sea
eh.
Dog has you dual-wielding cutlass short swords and buccaneer gear to make shock bait of your enemies.
I just... No one
Engage
can
at
do it
range
like that,
by
man.
throwing
This
your
is
cutlasses
crazy.
like razor-sharp boomerangs to slice through crews. Or use your chain hook to close the gap. Then yo-ho-ho.
Thank
break out
you,
your
TT
pistol
man.
And blow the man down.
I hope you're okay.
If you feel the tides turning against you, summon reinforcements with fabled dark instruments and a maxed out madness gauge.
Oh my god. This is... Like, I barely even know what's going on right now. This is... What? What's the giant bird doing? They're like summons. It's like Elden Ring.
Let the
We love the
dogs off
jellies.
leash, and the steel really starts singing. Mix up fighting styles with lightning fast swaps to execute criminally creative combos and give these clowns.
I mean, that is really
hands-on
cool. That's like some
juggling
real fighting game shit.
And in defiance of rules and gravity, take the fight
In
to the
defiance
edge
of rules
with
and gravity.
Majima's electric jump, a whole new dimension of destruction. Hope you have a frequent flyer program because you're going to enjoy the air up there.
Wow.
We're keeping this sea shanty short, but there be tales of scattered makeshift weapons to find and wield on the fly. Of
That's
upgrade
classic
paths
Yakuza.
and precious rings that enrich
But
your
summons
ability.
cheating. Get out of
And
here.
plenty
How dare
more
you.
to discover as you master
that a
a
liter of
dual
cola
combat
gas in that
system
bottle?
as
No.
savagely maniacal as the man once
The
called
liter ones are
the
huge.
patron saint of pain. The twin fists of Mad Dog and Sea Dog. Simple to pick up, deep as the ocean, with a skill ceiling higher than a crow's nest.
This is the stuff I'm more interested in. The fighting in the Yakuza games is always fairly similar. It does look improved here, for sure.
Batten down
tell me about the
hatches
ship stuff,
and get
please.
your
I would
ship
like to know about
together,
ship stuff.
Captain. It's about time.
How shippy
you
we
got
getting?
your sea legs.
That's what I'm saying.
First, feast your eyes on the Goromaru, your trusty pirate ship. She's yours to customize, from hull and armor
You're just gonna skip past the leopard
to
print like that?
sails and figurehead. Strike
Titties.
fear and confusion into the hearts of marauders roaming the seas. Once you've decked your deck, you're gonna need a crew. Luckily, it's a captain's market. Over 100 salty dogs are just waiting to sail under Majima's Jolly Roger.
Madam?
Train your Goro pirates into a ship-shaped wrecking crew by deepening your bonds through song, drink, adventure, and victory.
Okay, so it's gonna be like a management sim while you're on the
Yes,
ship?
this
Because
game
that's
is
cool.
canon, and you're going to need a lot of them.
Your mouse bad.
Arm yourself to the teeth to take on the scurviest scoundrels this side of the Pacific, and scuttle them before they plunder you. You'll find plenty of firepower to affix stern, aft, starboard,
I should
and
play more
port.
Sea of Thieves.
And what's a rocket launcher but a modern-day blunderbuss?
Oh my god. That's so
Test the water
ridiculous.
with a shipload of loadouts, and upgrade your arsenal to visit utter destruction upon your foes.
This is way more over the top
broadside.
than I expected, but it looks awesome. It looks very, very fun
Any
and
captain
very
worth their
ridiculous.
salt knows to assign
It'll be
crew
good for
hands
Christmas present
strategically
next year.
to max out their ship's
You're not
attack
wrong.
and
Put it on my
defense
list, even if it doesn't
before
exist.
raising the black flag. With dread rivals and fearsome creatures roaming the seas, it's all hands on deck.
I mean, it does look obviously
The open ocean
Sea of
isn't
Thieves
known
Black
for
Flag
its hiding
inspired, but I don't know really how
spots.
else you
And
could do
before
this.
long, you'll find yourself in the crossing.
Like that UI is so similar.
Take the helm as auxiliary.
Yeah, but yeah, what else are you supposed to
real-time
do?
naval
Also, I'm
battles
sure there are
ensue.
pirate games that predate
Quickly
that I just
maneuver
don't
into
know about.
firing position while avoiding enemy bombardments. Then deliver devastating damage.
It does look a lot
with
faster,
a volley
though,
of cannonball,
Than both of
maelstrom
those games.
of bullets, laser
And
blasts,
obviously, okay,
or
laser
wall of
blasts.
flame. You might even take your hands off the wheel to add a more personal
Oh my
touch to the
god,
proceedings.
this is so over the top. I love
Captain's
it.
Discretion. Just keep an eye on the health of your crew and ship, or you'll be swimming with the fishes. Deal enough damage to the enemy ship for a guaranteed depth sentence. Or set a collision course. Issue the boarding command to take down the captain face to face.
Hell yeah.
In all out. Crew versus
Oh
crew
yeah, you're right. It
tech
is Saints Row. It's like it's Sea of Thieves Saints Row. Combat looks really fast too, but I guess Majin was always a little faster.
A
It's like
pirate's
side
life
really slow.
isn't just about sending your foes to the briny deep, but it is a highlight.
This is insane.
Once you've got a few notches on the gangplank, set a course
I do
for
look.
further adventure.
RGG lives outside the rest of the world. Okay, they're incredible. I love them. Who knows how they do it? Couldn't tell you. What I will say is this: I do feel like a lot of video games right now are like shifting in a way that I don't love to being like fucking neon Fortnite. Like, have you seen what Call of Duty looks like these days? It's just neon Fortnite. This looks kind of dated. That's just their engine. RGG games always look a little dated, but we love them. They can do whatever they want. But yeah, it's there's just so many games are like more video game, and everything's fucking neon, and I'm just not a huge fan. I'm just not a huge fan. Not really my thing. Do I know why God of War was cancelled? Are you talking about the Blue Point thing? No. No idea.
Welcome to your home on land, Rich Island.
Nice.
A remote fishing village where you wash ashore with no memory or much else to your name. Local island boy Noah Rich, feline friend Goro, and family take you in and become
And
the first
family.
allies of your pirate adventure. Thanks to them, Rich Island is the place to rest up, restock supplies, reorganize your wardrobe, and rehabilitate any animal friends interested in the pirate life. But the real action can be found on Madlantis, a secret criminal hideout born from a ship graveyard and ruled by
Okay,
ruthless.
I have to be so careful about what I say about this. The God of War needs to continue being the story-driven single-player adventures. Hopefully someone realized that. It was Blue Point. It wasn't Santa Monica Studio that were working on it. It was a separate studio. Santa Monica Studio was not working on that. I was not working on that game. I was working on something else, right? All I want to say is it's so hard to bite my tongue on this one. It is. I've not seen anyone get close to guessing what it would be. That's all I'll say. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Everyone is very wrong about what they think it was. That's all. That's all.
Those pirate lords set a course to find a cavernous pleasure district bustling with activities, and the infamous Pirates Coliseum, where you can put your skill to the test in a spectacle of piratical combat. Will it be fame and fortune,
It's so neon, dude.
or a watery grave?
This is like Yakuza on crack.
Rise through the ranks of 4 battle types, all offering unique challenges that ramp up the risk and the reward. Once you've sent enough souls to the locker, head over to Nele Island, a holy site overrun with nuclear waste as a result of unchecked greed. Ex-Yakuza, looking for a new start, have flocked here to aid believers in the cleanup. But not all is as it seems. Could this
I love that they went from like
be the key to
old man
Majima's missing
Hawaii
memories,
Yakuza straight to
or someone
pirate
else
Yakuza.
altogether? And finally, you can't island hop
Yeah,
without
what
stopping
happened
by
with
the
Skull and
biggest
Bones?
chain in the game.
I never played
Set a
it
course for
after
Hawaii.
originally being quite excited about it. It just died,
Take in
right?
all the sights, sounds, and activities that await a pirate of leisure such as yourself.
Maybe it just
be
like
sure to
it
dress
just
up
really
before heading down.
it really expired the hype. Was it bad or did it just oh my god. They put rocket launcher Mario Kart, that's crazy. Was it bad or was it like people just didn't play it?
Whether you're surfing the streets, slinging around town, or setting some landlubbers straight with your fists, Paradise has so much to offer.
It sucked bad,
So
like it
take
was
your
actually
time
bad.
and soak it all in.
Oh yeah, this is not at all Skull and Bones. This is definitely a different
There's
thing.
much
Let
more
me
to
look up reviews
explore
of
on
Skull
the
and
open
Bones.
seas of Like a Dragon,
'Cause, yeah, I
Pirate
just didn't
Yakuza, and
play
Hawaii,
it.
all waiting to be discovered. But beware, the sea can be unforgiving.
Ooh, yeah, okay, the reviews are bad.
And its occupants, deadly. The more you
This is all
explore,
single player? Yes.
the
On
more
GG
you
Games
conquer, the more you
are all
unlock.
single player. Unless they have some online thing, I don't know about.
Rough seas are ahead, but with great victory comes great reward.
I didn't even know Skull and Bones came out. Yeah, they really fumbled the launch, for sure. Big time.
Pre-order any digital or physical edition to get the Ichiban Kasuga Pirate Crew and Special Outfit set, which adds the hero of Yokohama, Ichiban Kasuga, and his pet crawfish Nancy to your crew, and 2 of Ichiban's iconic outfits to your wardrobe. Coffers feeling full? Upgrade to the Digital Deluxe Edition to get additional ship customization
Extra
items,
karaoke and
legendary
CD
crew members,
pack.
outfits, and
Oh
extra
man,
music.
these games are so absurd.
And if you
I
want
definitely
all
want to
the
make a
booty
video
on
about how
offer,
much I love the
pick up the
Yakuza series.
limited collector's edition, including real-world loot, a triple-layered pirate flag, Captain Majima acrylic standee, replica eye patch, metal treasure coin pin, and all the digital deluxe content.
I don't get the coin pin thing. I feel like that happens pretty often in collector's editions, and I just end up with a bunch of coins or pins that I have nothing to do with. What are people doing with these? Is there demand for them? Who knows?
Finally,
Ow.
subscribe to Sega emails now through February 25th to receive Kazuma Kiryu's
I'm
iconic
so sold. I've
Dragon
never been
Dojima
more sold.
outfit for Majima to use in-game.
I don't even need to watch their trailers. They're
We
all
hope you
brilliant.
enjoyed
They're
this
just, you know,
saltwater dive
just
into
truly
the
the
upcoming
goats.
Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in
Pirate
Hawaii,
Yakuza in
setting
Hawaii.
sail February 21st.
It's so silly.
Oh, and one last thing. We're excited to announce that New Game Plus will be made available for free as a post-release patch.
Okay, weird,
Stay
but
tuned for
great.
updates on exact release timing and content.
It's all
Prepare
done.
to conquer the seas.
Can't wait. Looking forward to it. Conquer him. Look at him. Majima. Incredible. Yakuza series is like, I think the last game was crazy. Hold your pirate rum, 100%. God, you know, we just don't deserve them. Okay, I also pulled up Skull and Bones. Metacritic. Game I did not play. It's got a 59 and a 3.3, so pretty bad across. Disgusting? It's the most disgusting game you've ever played? I would like more information. Oh, that's it. Okay, great. That's actually really helpful. My balls. This game was made only to take your money. Ubisoft became the worst kind of game industry. Nice. You know, people will say that user ratings are always way better than critic ratings. The zeros are why I don't align with that personally. It's the worst thing the only way you can find a game like this which was playable to be a zero is if you have not played a bunch of other games that have come out, because there are so many worse games. You ruin the scale by going straight for a zero, you know what I mean? If we go critic reviews, I've not heard of any of these. I try not to read if I've not heard of them, at least. Game Informer. Despite its long and circuitous course to arrival at port, Skull and Bones is a type of game that may change significantly in the coming months. But to evaluate it as it stands, fellow pirate enthusiasts may discover what I did, a flawed but beautifully presented historical fantasy in which one can take to the water and make a fortune. Even if absolutely everything about the pirate life isn't always pretty. It's like surprisingly positive even though it's 75. You might have already talked about what's your game of the year for 2024. My personal game of the year, I recognize it's not the best game that came out, but it's the one that I had the most fun with Dragon's Dogma 2. I think the best game of the year was Astrobot. I like Skull and Bones, but the game is bad. There's no way around the game make to appeal to the live service business. Totally. Yeah, I don't doubt that it's bad. I'm not doubting that. It's just that zero is so extreme, but that's the way user reviews work, I guess. While ship customization revels in aesthetic delights, little else here allows for the kind of pirate fantasy we've been waiting for since 2013. Oh my god, I can't believe it's been that long. Despite some early promise and admirable endgame ideas, Skull and Bones charts a fairly unremarkable course through its... Okay, so yeah, it's just kind of bleak. Everyone's kind of saying it's very, very pretty, but it's just like... there's fuck all to do kind of thing. If its publisher, Ubisoft, continues to support it, Skull and Bones will attract a committed player base of sea combat enthusiasts who enjoy tinkering with their ship's builds and facing off against each other, or teaming up to take on the intimidating fleets, cargo heists, and sea monsters that lurk tens of hours in. If you are after a game that feels like a pirate adventure, though, you're still better off with Black Flag. And how much must that hurt to be like, there's some good stuff in here. Better off just playing Black Flag. Oh my god. I meant Black Flag. I didn't mean to say that. Nobody clipped that. There was an accident. It sounded like I dropped the L. I may have accidentally dropped the L. It's my bad. It's an accident. I didn't mean to do that. Oh god. Oh god. I get cancelled. Looking for other outlets. I know. We are really down here now. Game Rat. Skull and Bones is an action-adventure title developed by Ubisoft with a heavy focus on piracy and naval combat. Set in an open-world environment inspired by locations in the Indian Ocean, players take control of a customizable pirate captain. You're just telling me what the game is. Literally nothing in this tells me if it's good or bad. Sorry, I have such a pet peeve with reviews that do that. It's, okay, a fact. Set in an open environment inspired by locations in the places... Yeah, a fact. What about this says good or bad? I hate that. I hate that you've done that. Why would you do that to me? Maybe, after all, Ubisoft has managed to simulate the existence of the average pirate. Perhaps that's what the fourth A stands for. I don't know what that means, but it feels like a burn. Did she vote for Trump? I can't vote here, okay? We don't have voting rights. I'm not a citizen. Oh, IGN didn't even review it? Unfortunately, the open ocean vibes don't last long enough to sustain the utter lack of anything else to do. You know what's crazy reading these? Feels wild, but it sounds like they released it too early. Which I recognize is nuts. Do you think it would be a good idea for a game producing company to make a series of polls in order to mold a game foundation that can be developed with the use of mods? I don't know what you mean. Yes, it was the fourth A part that I didn't get. I did not vote illegally, no. I didn't. Did not vote. I know that's not very migrant criminal of me. Maybe next time. The only people I saw play it did because of sponsorships. Well, let's have a look on Steam. Steam charts, everybody. Well, not great. That's not great. That is not good. All-time peak was only 2,000 for a quadruple A game? Woof, bro. Woof. Oh, kind of popped off in December. With 380 players. Peak players, that is. Damn. That's rough out there. Yeah, Ubisoft are really in a tough spot right now. I said that on MinMax too, of like, there's a lot riding on Assassin's Creed right now. I just wish they would go back to Ubi Arts, but I'm sure that was not financially viable. The whole industry's kind of a mess. Everybody's falling apart. The Ubi Plus shit messed it up. Maybe. I mean, I know people were really unhappy about the PlayStation Plus requirements for like Helldivers and stuff. But it didn't seem to actually affect player count in the way that people were expecting. Being that it's Steam, I'd say most people tried it via Ubi Plus. Yeah, true. I don't have Ubi Plus even installed, I don't think. Do I? No, I don't. I have MetaQuest, Epic Games, GOG, Steam, Rockstar Games. Yeah, I don't even have it. I really just don't play Ubisoft games, you guys. I just really don't do it. Hey, what happens if I click this? We're just gonna see what happens if I click on this particular thing. Just give me a second. What if I try and run this guy? Oh. Devastating. Hang on. I'll show you what happens. You hate to see it. It went. It went. So sad. I was so excited to play the day before an error occurred while launching this game, no licenses. She was gone too soon. Aren't they trying to make a comeback? Isn't that also a thing? You say your game is quadruple A, everybody talks about it, free advertising. I mean, all that really means, surely, is that it was really expensive, right? Surely that's all that actually means. Because otherwise, what could that even mean? And I don't doubt that it was very expensive. Did you talk about Sony killing live service games? I've spoken about it a little bit. Like, I have to be careful about what I say, and there's not a lot I can say. I'm really surprised. Not because of anything to do with Sony specifically, but because the games industry is really going for a live service push, which I've hated as somebody who really likes a single player game. I've not been a fan, but I'm surprised because the games industry needs money so badly right now that, you know, I've spoken to devs and business people about this. Like, I've spoken to Suits about this exact thing. The games industry is scrambling to make profit, and live service games are just such an easy / good way to do that. Live service games are effectively limitless revenue, where a single player experience is mostly just a single charge. Someone buys it once, and then that's it. Live service games, you can print money forever. You can make people buy things forever, and most of the content is actually delivered to you by other players in a lot of cases. So, like, something like a PUBG, the entertainment you're getting is from other players and not from the game developers, as it sustains. Obviously, they have to build the thing that you play in, but beyond that, you're getting entertainment from other people, and that's a huge thing. So it's, in some ways, easier to develop. Like, not really. There are a lot of really complicated facets of running a live service game, but Yeah, so I was of the impression that even though some of them failed, they were going to keep trying until one of them hit again, just like Helldivers did. I wonder if Concord was such an expensive sync for Sony that actually changed it. I'm not going to celebrate any game being cancelled, even if I think the idea is bad, you know, like people worked their asses off on that and it sucks and that no longer gets to be on their resume. And especially right now, it sounds like Sony's not actually laying any of those people off and that they are just being distributed to other projects, which is great. Definitely the preferable option. But yeah, ultimately I'm surprised. I definitely wouldn't have expected that. I Warner Bros. Themselves, even after the failure of Suicide Squad, doubled down and said that they want to make more live service games because it's just making any game right now is okay. That's the easiest way for me to phrase what I'm actually trying to say. Making any game right now is a risk. Making any AAA game right now is a financial risk. It is less risky for these companies from their perspective to make a live service game that can print infinite money versus a single player game that cannot. Now, hear me out. I think Capcom is doing kind of the best of all of them right now. I think what Capcom is doing, even though people have given them a lot of pushback too, there were pushback about the microtransactions in Dragon's Dogma, there were pushback about the microtransactions in Resident Evil 4 Remake. I actually think that I would prefer to have Dragon's Dogma 2, a 70-hour game that I played and loved and did not spend a single cent on, exist with the option for me to buy shit that I'm not going to buy and don't need and that didn't impact my gameplay experience in any negative way. I would prefer to have that than to have a bunch of live service games. It's just that the audience has so much pushback about it. Like, they're so aggressive about it, and I wish I could be like, I'm not against the pushback of I don't want microtransactions in any of my fucking single-player games. But if that's the reality that we're in, where it's a bunch of live service fucking games or a bunch of single-player games that have microtransactions, I'm going to take the single-player games with microtransactions, as long as they don't get egregious, which it's very hard to gatekeep. Like, of course they'll get egregious. We all started with the fucking horse armor, and here we are. Like, it's just... At least they're making really high-quality games. They are consistently releasing games, and they're still making new IP. I think Capcom is doing a very good job right now. They are succeeding financially. I wish that everybody would do that instead of trying to shove live service games down our throats, especially like from studios that shouldn't be working on these things. Like, the no-brainer is there's so many things you could put Bluepoint on that would be so much more well-received, you know? It's just, what are we doing? But yeah, ultimately I'm surprised because, like I said, WB is still pushing down on it. As long as they're not cutting stuff to make it microtransactions. Yeah, which I don't think Capcom have done. I didn't feel that way about Dragon's Dogma. Everyone told me I was supposed to feel that way about Dragon's Dogma, but I never felt that when I was playing the game. Like, there were all these YouTube videos. Some might have been Dragon's Dogma fans. I don't know. I kind of don't trust anyone who makes outrage content on YouTube. Like, I tend to assume this day and age that if someone is making a bunch of outrage videos about a bunch of video games, that they're probably not actually real gamers. Like, they don't really play those games. Especially if it's about a bunch of games. Like, if they're doing it about 10 games a year, I tend to assume they aren't real gamers and they're just capitalizing off of whatever drama kicked up on Twitter. So, like, I don't trust them at all because I know they're just trying to rile up audiences. They're not real gamers. They don't really care about video games. They're just trying to get money. So those people were making a bunch of Dragon's Dogma 2 videos where they were like, this is it, and they nerfed things and it's shit. I didn't feel that in Dragon's Dogma 2 at all. Same for me. I didn't even notice them in the game. Same. But some people may not have felt that way. Like, I'm not going to say that there weren't people who maybe felt like they were egregious, but for me, I didn't even fucking notice them. I didn't even notice them. Have a good night, Mr. Sonic Gen. You're not a fan of Angry Joe reviews? You know, I've never seen an Angry Joe review, I don't think. I've spoken to Angry Joe many a time. I like him. I've never seen one of his videos. But that doesn't mean very much. I have many friends whose content I have never seen. Which creators do you consider leaders in the games industry? Danny O'Dwyer. People who are actually talking to game developers. Josh Scheuer has a YouTube channel. People who are actually making video games. I think that most video game content creators who are like big and popular, unless they are actively talking to people who make games or people who work in the games industry, it's no different to any of us just saying things about video games. It's like it just because someone has a YouTube channel doesn't mean they have any more knowledge. Like it's the same for when I started at IGN. Why did anyone listen to anything I said? I don't have anything to say. Just because you have a platform doesn't mean you have any more knowledge. So like the people that I would consider to be leaders of conversation in the games industry are people who've worked in the games industry at the very least. Working in AAA has been enlightening. If you hit it with a live service, you literally fund so many risks and ventures with it, it's not even funny. Yeah. Scary stuff. When is Elon Musk going to start gamer beef with me? So I asked him. So he usually responds to my DMs very quickly, okay? And I cannot tell you how boring all the shit that I say to him is. I just go, lol. Yeah, lol, true. He generally responds to me immediately, okay? And I say nothing of value. I messaged him yesterday and asked if I could interview him. I said, can I interview about your history as a gamer? I'm going to ask you how you started, what games you like. And he did not reply. Which maybe is the first time that's ever happened. And my guess is that that was one that he was like, not going to do that. But I would love to be like, what games do you play? And how much? And what got you into gaming? I just want to ask him about it. You know what I mean? No reply. Yeah, well, you might as well say your opinion doesn't matter. With the opinions you have, its value is in the person hearing and reacting. I don't know what you mean. There are many ways in which my opinions don't matter on many things, but I will usually say, my opinion on this doesn't matter, like when someone asked me about the BioWare dev leaving. Yeah, a lot of people's opinions don't matter. That's just true. A lot of people are just entertaining, but they're not thought leaders. Their opinions don't matter. Their opinions are just the same as anyone else's. People get really riled up when I say that. That it's like, the IGN game review has no more value than anyone else's. It just doesn't. I'm so surprised by how hostile people were about me saying that. It's just someone's fucking opinion. It all is. It's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, I would totally ask him about Diablo 4 and PoE. But he didn't respond this time. So that's what I wanted to do. He didn't respond. I do love Stephanie Sterling. I'll give you that. But Stephanie Sterling is also somebody who like actually does research into the games industry, you know? But yeah, no, Elon did not respond. Devastatingly. You can't tell if I'm joking? About which part? Did I message Elon? Yes. And he did not respond. I did ask him if I could interview him. Or am I joking about thinking people's opinions don't matter? No. Nobody's opinion really matters unless they're an expert. That's how I feel. And expert really just means someone who has like studied a thing or is extremely experienced in a thing. There are many cases in which my opinion doesn't matter. That is true. Some people say things in jest or rolling off the tongue but goes viral. That's not them. That's the hearing. I don't know what you're talking about. Do I really DM him often? No. And for the record, he DM'd me first. I was not the one who started the conversation. He doesn't follow me, so I couldn't start the conversation. But often, no. It is not frequent. But it happens. He used to just send me a lot of memes. Like, just a lot of memes. Strange ones, too. Like, I'm not going to link him. I'm not going to do it. But, yeah, I asked him if I could interview him. I did do that. That is true. Elon probably saw that as you questioning his Path of Exile skills. Maybe. Maybe. Interview the Nvidia guy instead. Again, I've met him before and I do really like him. Was he trying to splash? Elon has never said anything to me that I would consider inappropriate. Which, like, I've had many Twitch streamers and YouTubers say things to me that were wildly inappropriate. Like people that you know say really wild shit. Like, even from, like, the basic stuff of, like, asking my bra size unprompted from, like, a guy I don't fucking know who has a giant YouTube channel to... I tweeted about one once where he, like, drunkenly texted me, this guy, very popular. It was something like, oh, mommy, come come feed me milkies and change my diaper. And I didn't reply.
Alanah, have you eaten?
No.
What are you getting?
I'll have one of my factor meals.
You sure?
What are you eating?
You know.
Unhealthy?
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you. No, I'm not spilling the tea. It's fine. I don't feel the need to do that. But yeah, no, some people said some gross shit to me. Elon? Never. Never said anything inappropriate. Gotta name and shame those people. I don't know. I think we all feel differently about that on different levels. I have never been a name and shame. I don't do that. I don't feel that way. I don't think much good comes from the mob mentality of the internet, even if someone is evil. Again, some people will really strongly disagree with me on that. I just doesn't feel right to me. I think if someone is doing something that is like grossly inappropriate, then they should be reported. People should know, but it doesn't need to pass to the public. Just because, again, that mob mentality, people will make you kill yourself. Like I don't feel like that is the correct way to handle it personally. That's why you'll never see me do it, and I never have done it. But I'm also very tolerant, so people may have said some things to me that you would be like, that's fucked up, how have you not named and shamed them? And I'd be like, I think I mostly find it funny. I always want to know just so I can avoid that person and their content, but I know a lot of women don't want to do it because it puts them in danger. I mean, that's a huge thing, dude. That is absolutely a huge thing. That like if you were to come out about certain things, people will just call you a liar. That happens to me anyway. People will just call me a liar about shit I'm not lying about. It happened like a month ago. Didn't lie about a thing, they just decided I was. And you're like, okay, if you say so. But for real, I think he thought it was a critique on him. Think about it, the whole controversy starts about him faking how great he is, and then you ask him for an interview. Oh, I mean, it is an investigation, Roos. Like, I did ask him to be like, yeah, let me interview you about how much of a gamer you are. Like, it's, yeah, that's not some genius move where you have to be like, think about it. He probably thought you were only asking him because of the like, obviously that's why I asked him. Like, that's not a secret. Oh my god, my eyes are so shit. Like, it's like, oh, wow, that really looks bad. Yeah, but I didn't say it in a critiquey way. I almost said it in a way that was like, well, I did say, I'm not going to gotcha you. Which I wouldn't, but I would ask deep questions. I would dig in. Alanah opinion is the only true and valid one. That is wild. That's not what I said. In fact, I said, often my opinion also doesn't mean shit either. That's why I'll tell you. My opinion also doesn't fucking mean anything. But I will at least say that, you know? Still think about his Elden Ring build from time to time. That is crazy. The Elden Ring one is really funny. Do DMs from celebs like that ever work? What do you mean? Correct me if I'm wrong, but this whole story with Elon is because people found out that it's not really him who was playing Diablo and PoE. Yes, or at least speculated. Does anyone actually know? I'm not sure if you shared it with me, Jeff, because I've not actually seen the original video. The one where, like, obviously we know. Okay, so in case anyone missed it, oh, fuck off, Edge, dude. I'm not doing it. Stop. I have to fix that when I get off the stream. That Elon leaked Asmongold's DMs, which is pretty crazy. Hang on. Here. So he posted this, which is very weird. So basically, Asmongold reacted to a video someone else made, like a Path of Exile player who was criticizing Elon for not playing well, despite the fact that he had a very leveled character. Like, that's, I haven't seen that, but that's like what people are saying. So Elon leaked these DMs. Oh, hang on. Can we just watch this?
Yeah, but it's like if a game is really like super hard, it kind of forces you to concentrate. I have a recording in DMs with Elon Musk that might shed some light in the situation.
There's no way he played that account. Like, I'm sorry. I think he bought the account or somebody played it for him. 100%.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
Just ran past Chaos He just ran past the Chaos Orb!
Now,
Yeah,
what
'cause
I
wasn't he
think
in,
is
like, the
even
top 10 or
funnier
something?
about this is that it obviously calls into question him playing Diablo 4. D4 was so fucking easy, people couldn't even tell. They're like, yeah, is this like a random noob or is this the best player in the world? Like, I don't know. I mean...
In some strange turn of events in the weirdest timeline imaginable, a poor trailer park boy, that's me by the way, ended up playing Diablo 4 with the richest man alive, Elon Musk. As fate would have it, I made a terrible video.
Basically, you get the idea, right? And so then I guess Elon deleted a post where he was like criticizing Asmongold for making that video and then leaked this DM. I thought he said something tied to this, which is I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it even, which sounds like the two of them just like talking about doing some new thing. Like maybe they were going to regularly stream together or like regularly chat or something, like something. And so Asmongold is like, oh, let me talk to my editors to see if they want to do it because he doesn't run that stuff. How would he have time? All he does is stream all day. And then Elon goes, sure, who are these mysterious editors? And Asmongold says they run my YouTube account, which everyone knows, right? Like, we all know that I don't feel like Asmongold has ever hidden that. Like, we know that he does the streams and people edit his streams and then put them on the YouTube channel and that makes a bunch of money and they split revenue. Like, we know that. And he said, interesting. Yeah, he said Asmongold isn't his own guy. He answers to other people. Basically, I think that Elon just, like, massively misunderstood what this means. Like, I'm gonna see if my editors want to make a second account for it even. I think is Elon thinking that it's like a magazine editor. I feel like we forget how old he is because he tweets memes all the time. He's boomer as shit, right? I'm very surprised he deleted it. That's crazy. Every normal person knows exactly what Asmongold means when he says this. It's just that I don't have the time to edit it. Let me see if these dudes that I give revenue split to are willing to do that. That's all that is. And then he got community noted to both explain that. And yeah, he fully talks about it openly. Again, not at all surprising. Thought editors are like producers. I think he thought they were like magazine editors, like an editor-in-chief. Like someone who tells you what you can or can't say. Very weird that Elon didn't understand what that was, but like, if, again, he's a boomer, right? I don't think he deleted that horrible thing he said to the EU guy, so whatever this was must be, he didn't delete the R-slur tweet. Crazy. And then he took away Asmongold's verified tick. It's crazy to me that more people aren't more upset about that. Like, so there's obviously this like crash of right-wing Trump supporters and gaming, right? It's like the Gamergate 2.0 thing. Again, I maintain that a lot of these people don't even actually play or like video games. It's just become a part of the culture war. They like consume video games and that they're watching videos or watching streams. They'll watch my streams when somebody clips them and puts them on Twitter. But a lot of them aren't even like really big gamers. And they're also aligned with Elon, and I'm now like, do the gamers turn on Elon for this one? But I keep seeing people say shit like, it's not that big of a deal, he's the richest guy in the world. Bro, multiple people have been cancelled for doing this. Content creators have been cancelled for paying people to boost their accounts. Wasn't there that girl who like cheated in Counter-Strike? Who was like cancelled so bad that I have a friend who vaguely looks like her, and she gets shit on a regular basis because they think she cheated at Counter-Strike. Why? It's stupid. It's dumb. I'm like, why is this okay? How are the gamers not like, fuck Elon? That's crazy. He pretended to be one of us. If he were a woman, the fake gamer girl shit would be out of control. But they're like, it's fine. It's fine. No, not because it's Asmongold. The Asmongold thing is, like, completely unrelated. It's the Elon stuff that I'm surprised that, like, gamers aren't more furious about. they're all saying it's BS. I mean, it was always in question. How is he ever going to have the time? How is he ever going to have the time? Have you moved out of California yet, Alanah? No, I'm in LA. I'm not leaving LA. I'm not moving out of LA. Imagine going to bat for the richest man in the world. It's wild. I don't think anyone cared much he boosted. It's that he thought he could go live and pass it off. Yeah, but again, people used to care about that. Like, multiple content creators have been cancelled for being boosted in League of Legends. That has happened multiple times. People have been furious about this happening. And I feel like the goalpost gets moved all the fucking time. Somebody faked a really fast nuke in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 back in the 2019-2020 on the map terminal. It was the biggest Overwatch scandal ever. That's what I'm talking about. Stuff fucking used to be a huge scandal when somebody was faking anything. Any gameplay. People used to be so fucking mad about it. People would be torn to shreds for this. And this time they're like, well, whatever. The only thing Elon really got flack for was the visa situation. Yes, so there was also the thing where Elon said something about the H-1B visa. Boosting is bannable in a lot of competitive games. It for sure is. They're too deep into worshipping Elon, they can't turn back now. Yeah, I guess you're right. Like, I guess some of this stuff is just, when you're that loyal to something, it's very hard to get out of it, because it would, like, make your whole identity a lie. It's just, I don't know. It's a weird one. I'm really surprised the gamers didn't go, whoa, 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 fuck this dude. Absolutely not. Like, they'll turn on someone in a heartbeat because a character is black. You know? Asmongold made a video about it himself. Why aren't you listening to that instead of assuming a bunch of things? What do you mean? I'm not at no point in this have I criticized Asmongold at all. I'm not even talking about Asmongold. I'm just talking about Elon. And I'm not making assumptions. I'm unclear on... What do you mean by that? Making assumptions about who? I didn't say anything about Asmongold at all. It's a credibility issue for me. If you lie about small things that don't matter, then you will lie about anything. Well, like Asmon said in this clip, yeah, it calls into question Diablo as well, right? But it's also, did any of us think, really, that the richest man in the world had never lied about anything? You know? Never? Not even one time? Didn't he, like, half lie about his visa? Come on now. Asmongold revealed more than this thread does makes Elon look worse. Okay, but that's not... I'm not trying to do a deep dive on this right now. I'm just going over the basics. I don't know why you're mad at me that I'm not watching an Asmongold video. Again, didn't say anything negative about Asmongold here at all. Just saying how strange it is, I think, that more people are not mad at Elon. I don't doubt that some are, but I've just seen so many of this. This is what I keep seeing. I don't get why people are making a big deal out of it. Or this. The attic rat tries to poke the richest man alive and the man pokes back, but the rat plays victim. What are you talking about? It's so weird that people even care. I did see the Musk making a bet about COVID thing. That was crazy. Is Elon burned out of capacity to be more disappointed in him? It's different though, because I'm not talking about everybody. I'm just talking about, like, really specifically the right, like, Gamergate 2 era gamers. I'm surprised that this wasn't enough for them when, again, multiple content creators have been proper full cancelled for doing this before. I guess it just shows how fickle it is, man. People on the internet will really cancel you strategically based on nothing. Like, it really is just like, don't like you, fuck you, burn. Like, it really is just, they pick and choose excessively, you know. Didn't they cancel one woman who was like playing Elden Ring blindfolded? Yeah, that's true. I mean, she also lied, right? That it was the woman who was playing was it Elden Ring or was it Monster Hunter blindfolded? Yeah, I watched Asmongold's video about that. Where they basically she was acting like she was playing something blindfolded, but it wouldn't be possible. Which is this is not that different. It's not that different. It's the lie that like is the problem. But yeah, I don't know. These people just don't. They're just like whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It's just not a big deal. Speedrunners who cheat especially get cancelled. Well, see, that makes sense because you're like doing it in like, well, I was gonna say doing it in a competitive way, but I guess he is claiming to be like, I'm top 10 or whatever.
I couldn't help myself.
I'm with you, Beef Pants. I'm with you. The fact that she double and triple down. Well, hasn't Elon done that a couple of times then? Well, one.
Elon,
Yes.
right? We've seen it. The same pass that they give Trump.
Yeah.
They're very fully aware. They think he's lame. They know that if this was anyone else, if this was a gamer or an actor or a musician, if Henry Cavill faked it,
yeah, they hate him.
They'd hate him for it, right? But they're doing it because it's one rule for these two and one rule for everyone else. And that's the game they're always going to fucking play. Elon can literally sexually assault someone in the street and he'll get a pass. They'll do this.
And they know that about themselves too, right? Like Trump said, I could shoot someone in the street, and they suppose
and they know that they have their own rules right now, and it's almost trolling. They're supporting people, and they're not holding them accountable. It's almost like
they almost
a counteract.
Like it.
Yeah, and it's almost a counter to the woke council culture, where we're gonna start using the R slur again. There's nothing you can do about it. As long as Elon is on our side and as long as Trump is on our side, they almost think that they're protected in this Noah's Ark of it all.
It's so crazy.
Right?
You just act like you think the billionaires are going to save you.
Yeah, they think they're on. They think they're on the
used.
Ark. They think they're on the Ark. But the truth of the matter is, we know you have no credibility, and there is going to be a counteract to this. And the counteract to this is when we find out that a celebrity or something like that has also done something that Musk and Trump is, we on the left will not cancel them now.
Oh my god, but the thing that I was saying to you the other day that everyone fucking forgets, Amber Heard. The right forget
that Elon
paid for her lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
How is that not enough?
Yeah.
Like, how are they not like,
because they saw her as that taking down a man, right?
Yeah, they
like,
fucking hated her.
They fucking hated her.
But the fact that he paid for her fucking lawyers was not enough. Like, that didn't matter. It just, I think I just give people too much benefit of the doubt. The point is, none of it actually matters. It's really just which is blue and which is red.
Correct.
I like this color.
Remember, you know what the difference is between, say, Alanah, just using it as an example, and Elon?
Millions of dollars.
One didn't switch sides when it became inconvenient to them. Like,
I'd have so much more money if I went right way.
Of course, but
people would
remember,
love me.
Elon used to shill for the left.
Yeah.
And everyone's forgetting it. But the thing is, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like we're co-opting into the game by being confused. The second we go, why is he allowed and not them? They're winning. The truth is, they're going to keep doing it. He could literally dox their mother, and they'll support it, knowing it's wrong. They're doing it as trolling 2025.
Well, no, I don't think they're doing it as trolling, because trolling implies it's disingenuous. Like,
it is disingenuous. It has to be.
I don't think it is.
You genuinely think that there's like cognitive dissonance, like that like they look at a streamer like a Sniper Wolf or someone who wasn't playing when they said they were playing, and this one, and not seen.
Yes.
I think it's more insidious.
No, I think it's cult. I think they are so indoctrinated that they cannot comprehend that Elon, and so they make excuses to cope. I do not think it's intentional. I think that they are straight up like,
wow.
No. But he's the richest man in the world. It's not the same. They'll make excuses for him 1,000 times over.
That. What's more insidious? Knowing that you're doing it to be like, yeah. It winds up the left. Get dunked on.
No one is doing that anymore. Like, the winding up the left is like sort of like a 2015.
The liberal tears is still going on.
Yeah, but they've moved past that at this point. So like that's like a 2015 troll the libs thing, right? we're past that now. They are trying to make sure transgender people can't exist. Like it's
Yeah, yeah,
where
yeah.
we are.
They'd
They
like to
are
roll back
actively
everything.
trying to hurt people at this
Right.
point, right? Some people, obviously, it's not like every Republican is like that, but it's way more insidious if you are actively choosing to punish one side and not the other side. I fully think they are just straight up. They don't understand the difference. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
These were the same pricks, right? That when I used to
who was
quote.
making excuses for Elon. I haven't seen any. I already scrolled down. Literally, these first replies. It's all over. It's all over the place. Look.
These are the same
tons of
people who used to get upset when I'd quote tweet them for attention, are defending someone who leaked DMs. Like, do you not see? Like, he's sending his cult after Asmongold. He's weaponizing his power.
Yeah,
he's weaponizing his
totally,
followers.
yeah.
He took his verified status away.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Leaked the
I can't
DMs.
believe that and that. How is that not enough?
I know.
Where's the straw?
But when
Some
we used
Twitter
to
trolls
quote
not
tweet,
relevant. What are you talking about? Why are you here? What are you trying to get?
fuck
Like,
off, vagabond.
He's not. He's just like, I don't understand the shit stirring. Are you just like a huge Asmon fan? You said, who is making excuses for Elon? I haven't seen any. So I showed you some, and you said some Twitter trolls not relevant. There are plenty of hundreds of people on Twitter making excuses for him. Don't ask the question if you're not going to accept the actual response right in front of you. There's fucking tons of them defending him. Loads of Twitter trolls defending him. That's what we're talking about here. Do they matter? No. But there are fucking tons of
them. But these are the same group. These are the same group that would clutch their pearls if you quote tweet.
What do you mean?
Why are you sending hate? Like, that's the same group of sensitive people who didn't like us using 1,000 followers, 10,000 followers, 20,000 followers when we were arguing over games. Absolutely. The same gaming group.
Real relevant names in the conversation? I don't give a shit. Why do I care about that? What do you mean real people in the culture war? I don't give a shit. You're just pushing a goalpost. I never said real relevant people in the culture war. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I'm just saying his fans, that's who I am talking about, are, in a lot of cases, defending him. That's all. I didn't say, well, these huge voices in the culture. I wouldn't even know who they are.
No, you know what I'm saying? The pearl clutching of, like, when I reply to a story or you quote tweet and you draw attention.
Right, I was saying, I don't think that the right has ever cared about that. Their response is always, oh, fuck, look at you fucking simps. I don't give a shit. They obviously have, like, a breakdown about it, but I don't think they've ever been like, why would you... No, I think it's the left that does that.
The left don't like being quote tweeted.
The left are the ones that are like, how dare you quote tweet me?
Really?
Why would you bring me to a larger audience? Yeah, I think
I'm only quote tweet the right because they're the ones saying trolly shit. I don't quote tweet the left. So when they get upset about it...
Whenever I've quote tweeted a right-winger to dunk on them, their response is always, haha, got your attention, and then they, like, argue with people for 7 days, and they're clearly crying, but are, like, pretending not to. They don't go, how dare you share what I said?
Fair enough. I'm just saying it just feeds into the one rule. Like you, this country, are you American? Because I never want to fucking hear that you are the land of the free ever again. Ever again, when your freedom of speech boy takes away someone's verification status because he doesn't like that he's criticized him.
It is crazy.
And you're banning an app because it's inconvenient and it affects Elon Musk and Zuckerberg, and they're all backing this. It helps me.
So funny.
What that
people community noted him saying he broke the rules. It's so fucking funny.
You are on his message board. That's all. Sad, totally. Weird man.
It again, the whole blue check thing, right?
Yeah.
Mine was gifted. They took them away.
Yeah.
And then they gave it back to me. He was like, "We're getting rid of them. They're bad for the community. We're getting rid of them." That's Trump or whatever. I can't do any Elon impression. But then they gave it back to me, and in the screenshot, like when I have the screenshot on my phone, just so that people know I didn't buy it. It's like, we gifted this because you're an influential member of X. They just gave it back to me.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I get paid for tweets. I tweet very little, but I make money off of Twitter. I don't know, I make like a few $100 a month or something.
Do you know how repulsive you have to be to have money to that degree and still be a fucking loser that I wouldn't want to have a fucking conversation with that turd for 5 seconds. Like, that's how like, everyone, when it comes down to it, has a price. There is nothing this man could offer me that could ever make me want to fucking talk to him, be in his group, or I don't want nothing to do with him. He is a cancer of this planet. And fuck his cars. That's why I ran over here. I get so I hate him so much.
I thought you were gonna run over to tell me what you ordered for dinner.
Popeyes.
I did it. Why are you doing this?
Me and my feelings.
Why?
Depressed.
What feelings? Why are you depressed? You've had a great week.
No, I'm
I
depressed.
can't even begin to tell you how insane Rahul's week has been.
I'm celebrating.
It's been crazy. So you went from depressed to
I'm
celebrating.
celebrating, bruv.
Rev.
I hate him so much.
Right-leaning gaming channels on YouTube is called Elon out. We pretending as you dis. What are you doing here, Vagabond? What's your point? I didn't say nobody's criticizing him. I didn't say that. What are you doing? What do you want? I didn't go, well, actually, everybody's still supporting him unanimously across the board. It's just, I'm just talking specifically about the Elon fans who are saying shit like this. I didn't say, I don't look at fucking gaming YouTube content right-wing creators. I have a job and, well, not anymore, but several jobs and shit to do, okay? I'm just saying a lot of his fans.
Can they, at the minimum, his fans, this is the bit that gets me, right? Can his fans, at the bare minimum, go, that is fucking sad, bruv?
That's what I would have thought.
Just that.
Right? That's what I would have thought.
You don't have to cancel him.
So many of them are doing
this. You don't have to cancel him. Just admit it's fucking sad.
But instead, I still don't know why people are making such a big deal about it. What are you talking about? Again, many people have been cancelled for this shit before.
Well, it's because he's not a woman, firstly.
Well, it certainly would have been way worse if they were a woman. Yeah, women definitely can't get away with it.
As soon as Elon does it, it's... oh, his name's Zach.
Yeah.
I thought it was Asmon.
First name Asmon, last name Gold.
Asmon.
What's Rahul's game of the year? What was your game of the year? It was also Astrobot, wasn't it?
It was Astrobot, but I do have a special
Space
shout
Marine?
out. Space Marine was brilliant.
You got another one?
I do. I'm going to put Balatro in there.
Banger of a video game.
Yeah,
That's in my top 5.
And I'm going to put Night Dive's Dark Forces remaster.
Very good.
That's those are some of my favourites of last year. But I will also concede that I didn't play Final Fantasy Rebirth. It's still stuck on my hard drive.
We'll get there. My dad is literally one of those weird narcissistic people. It's so weird. I literally don't understand how instinctual it seems to be for them. You know, I think that's part of it. I don't feel like I know anyone who's just a fucking asshole.
What do you mean? What?
Like, so this person here said, my dad is literally one of these weird narcissistic people. It's so weird. I literally don't understand how instinctual it seems to be for them to be an asshole. And like, it doesn't even make sense. He's nowhere near wealthy enough to be in a class where it even benefits him to back Trump. Like how there are people who are just, maybe I do. I'm really aloof though. Like I'm like, everyone's nice. Everything's great. I'm so okay with everybody.
Are you saying how can someone back Trump? Is that what you're saying?
No, just part of what, like, look, whenever I ask a question like this, where I'm like, how is this not the fucking line for Elon's supporters? A lot of whom aren't even gamers, but have become involved in the gaming space because it's like Gamergate 2 and it's become a right-wing thing, right? Like, they're not real gamers, they're just like game consumers. Like, there is an overlap between massive fans of Elon and people who pay attention to gaming content, even if I'm going to repeatedly call them fake gamers. They don't really play games, they just watch discourse around games, you know what I mean? What was my point? Even I've forgotten my point. There's basically a big overlap there. Whenever I ask the question of how is this not enough for them, I know the answer. Like I find it, I have a real disconnect with it, and then it, like, I find it difficult to rationalize, but I know it's just that they're fucking assholes and they don't care, and it's all about political right versus left and their team winning the team sport. But I wonder if, like, I don't think I know anyone who's just a huge asshole. Like, I don't think I know any narcissists. I don't think I know anyone who's just, I don't think I know anyone who's abusing people on Twitter. I don't think I have a friend who is going on the internet and leaving comments on posts harassing people they don't like. Like, even the hardcore left, I don't fuck with them. The ones who do that, like, I'll occasionally follow someone on Twitter who does stuff like that because I'm staying informed. But like,
there's an obvious answer to that, though, right?
I don't fucking
Because
know
most
anyone.
of your friendship group are happy, healthy.
I do think that's a
working,
big part of it. Is
there's
I have a lot of friends who are just real,
chasing their dreams and doing,
creative people who
yeah.
are just out there doing
And
stuff.
then others have got families. All of our friend groups, and they they got
That one shitbag from Funhouse. But the thing with him is he fucking tricked us for years too. That dude, we didn't really know for a long time.
But that's where it is. I think you've got. It's not even about unemployed, employed status. I think it's to do with happiness. I think it is.
Yeah, it is to do with happiness.
It's to do with happiness. There are rich people who are miserable and trolling and saying someone looks fat to get a reaction.
Yeah.
It's at its thing. The reason why they support Trump, and I've been thinking about this because I have a friend who supports Trump and I love him, but I find it really difficult, right? And back in the day, you would tar him with the stupid brush, but you can't do that when you know that this person's intelligent and sweet and kind. And then there's that, and it blows my mind, right? But I realized I think they really like having a president that makes them feel smart. Because he doesn't use big words.
I fully understand why people voted for Trump. I said from the fucking jump that, like, I'm not a fan of the Democratic Party. I'm not a Democrat. I can't vote here. I'm not registered to a party. I did not particularly like either of the options. Like, they do many things that I don't like. I don't like any of the system. I was very critical of Kamala in the same way that I've been critical of Trump. It fully makes sense to me why people wouldn't vote for her and would vote for him. Like, that isn't a mystery. I understand why people vote for Trump. And 1000% is that they are so sick of the system, which is really bad in America. The bureaucracy here is, like, so bloated and so fucking boring and so just, like, out of touch that he speaks like a real human.
But you know what's funny?
That's not a reason to vote for someone, devastatingly, but I get it.
You're inadvertently quoting Alfred in The Dark Knight, which is... And in their,
I've been on kind of
in their desperation, they turned to a man they couldn't fully understand. Some men aren't looking for anything logical. They can't be reasoned, bought, or he can be bought or negotiated.
Oh my god, he can be bought worse than anyone else. The fact that Trump Social, I have to make a video about this at some point too. The fact that Trump Social is publicly traded means that any foreign body can just give him money and invest it in there. That's a fucking disaster. I can't believe that's legal. Like, it's crazy that he can blatantly, openly be bought. Like, and
you know what's crazy? I think I said this to you before. If I wanted to, I could tell you, chat right now, that within 2 years, I will be invited to the White House. Me, a nobody actor, TV actor, with a little bit of enough of engagement to get noticed, I reckon I could be shaking his fucking hand in 2 years. All I'd have to do is grift. He's that easy to get to.
Yeah. Like, I could do that this year.
Yeah, he's that easy.
Absolutely.
That's your president.
Yeah.
Like,
Alanah is a Hassan head. Raul can tell you this. You know how I was saying earlier that I don't watch any of these culture war...
I'm a Hassan head.
I don't watch any of these culture war right-wing content creators. I don't watch any of the left either. So no. Do I watch Hassan videos? No.
I do.
The only time I'll ever do it is if Rahul happens to be watching one and I see it. I don't watch any culture war anything at all. I really like to read. Can it be in an article? Can I not watch a YouTube video about it? Thank you so much. Please keep watching my YouTube videos.
And Luton.
And Luton. We do love Luton.
I don't want to read Warhammer. Just listen to Luton.
Just listen to Luton. That's it. You watch
All right, I'm going to let you get back to streaming. I hate Elon Musk so much. I have to run on the mic from the other room.
Well, what I was saying is I don't read this out loud, but I asked if I could interview him, and this is the first time ever that he's not replied to me. Like, see, you can't see when. See, that I replied to that a day later. I often leave him on red, right? That's just him telling me about how high ranking his character is and the new character name. This is the first time he's ever not responded to me within like half an hour.
Why do you want to interview him?
I want to ask him. Oops. After the PoE stuff, I was like, let me interview you about your history gaming.
No, he's not going to do that. That's mental. He's a fraud. Saying. He's not going to want to talk to you about games.
Clearly, he's not going to do it because he didn't respond.
Mental. All right, let me. Hello, Banjo.
You get concerning vibes off Hassan. I know Hassan personally. And I like him, but yeah, I don't I don't watch these people really very much. I got too much to do. You know what I mean? It's you know, he replies within half an hour often. I would say he replies immediately anytime that I ever really talk to him. I bet he's scared of shit because folks see through his BS. Yeah. Which is, I guess, why I'm asking. I'm like, okay, you say you're a big gamer, prove it. I will interview you completely unbiased. I will just ask. I'm just trying to get information to inform the people. I will just ask really simple questions. I said it, I'm not going to gotcha him, and I won't. I would just be like, when did you start gaming? What kind of games do you play the most? What's your favorite game and why? That's it. But yeah, he didn't reply. What would I ask him? Oh, like I just said, just completely unbiased, very explicit, fact-based questions about his gaming habits. See how it goes. How is he on Twitter so much and runs 4 companies and being the number 7 PoE player in the world? Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Can you tell us what your favorite game is? It changes all the time. I currently think that my favorite game is Doom 93. Thank you for asking. The gamer scandal has already made us forget about his fake Twitter profile. That's so true. Well, the Adrian Dittman stuff's been happening for a pretty long time, but Fortnite Friday was only a week ago. It's very interesting to see, and I said this to Hassan on New Year's Eve, that I feel really stupid because it didn't occur to me that Trump and Elon are going to have a falling out because both of them have fragile egos. They're both very successful, rich, famous people with fragile egos. And I was like, of course they're going to have a falling out. How dumb of me. But I've actually, again, have been on Twitter slightly more because I was looking for fire updates, which it was not actually very good for. I will stop using it again this week, you know? It's too much. Place is a hellhole. Even the gaming right is starting to scream at each other. And I was like, does the current culture war right have a thing where they need to be able to attack? And now that they are in power, like I tweeted about this, and I also didn't read any of the replies, but I don't doubt it made people mad. Where is it? I basically said something that was like, how does MAGA still think that they're the underdogs even though they just won everything? And like, because I kept seeing all these people be like finally we come out from from underneath the Democrats and it's going to be a hard road. Like it was just like they were acting like they were still victims, even though like they just won an election with a billionaire with the help of another billionaire. Not that Kamala wasn't also supported by billionaires. I would argue that both sides are the system, right? Like both sides are the system. If you're in fucking office in the US, you are part of the system, straight up. I don't feel fondly about either of them. But yeah, it was like, how are they still acting like they're underdogs? And I wonder if culturally there's a thing where they like, because of the way things have been recently, especially with Hollywood being so liberal, that like to be able to continue the current landscape of especially specifically online Twitter, where the culture war bullshit is mostly focused, do they need to be underdogs? Because I'm seeing a lot of them argue with each other now. Like I'm seeing like people having all these different opinions where they're arguing with each other about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm seeing conservative right-wingers say that there should be no tits in games. And then the other right-wingers are like, what the fuck? Like, I'm starting to see them scream at each other in the same way that liberals do constantly. And it's like maybe the first time I've seen that. But again, maybe that's been happening on Twitter more since the Elon takeover, and I just haven't seen it because I don't spend much time anymore. Look at the exodus to Blue Sky. Left wing is leaving the conversation so they cannibalize each other. Genuinely, maybe. Like, maybe it's that the left are leaving so they have to find ways to argue? Maybe? Being the underdog is required in the American narrative? I mean, that's certainly true. It's the play. Fox News is the most popular news media in the US, and they still call other news sites as mainstream media. Yeah. The entire modern right-wing mentality only really works if they're not in power. Yeah, you might be right. Like, that's kind of the theory, right? Is like the infighting started because in order for a lot of their principles to stand, they must be victims. And again, I'll shit talk a liberal any day of the week. In that, like, I think the left are fucking insufferable with how much grandstanding that they do. I'm more liberal than you. Your liberalism isn't good enough. I'm more left than you. I am more right than you are. They're just bullies. Like a lot of the left are just high school bullies who argue with each other in order to seem righteous. And a lot of them aren't even fucking righteous people. They're just pretending to be righteous and screaming at each other about how fucking righteous they are. And I'm so good. I'm more gooder at being good than you are. It's insufferable. Like, I'm not saying that either of these things is good. You know what I mean? People who spend too much time on Twitter are all fucking insufferable. But I just don't think... I know liberals, not the left. Sorry, I mean both, to be fair. But I just haven't seen this much right infighting. I've always said that I feel like the right are actually usually really good at backing each other. You know what one thing the right is really fucking good at? Funding each other. Like, there is so much funding that right-wingers are willing to give other right-wingers that they see as underdogs. The left is not good at financially supporting each other. This happened when Trump lost and when Obama won twice. Yeah, I guess I was only here for one Obama term. And I was much less politically involved then. Yeah, they unite common messaging. Yeah, they're very good at supporting each other. The left aren't. Terminally online is what I call it. People who spend more time online than outside. I mean, that's certainly a huge thing. And you're definitely not the only one who calls it terminally online. It's definitely a big thing. Like I said at the start of this stream, I don't know if it's like because I'm getting old or because things have happened in my life recently that put things into perspective. There's so much of this shit that I just do not fucking care about. And I just go, how do any of you give a shit? We voted for this in November. I didn't vote. I'm not sure why you wanted me to see that. They picked up an actual proven progressive Tim Walz and removed his spine immediately and told him... I mean, again, I had several streams about it. I do not have any trouble understanding why the Dems didn't win the election. Garbage campaigning. Also, again, a lot of America fucking hates women and hates people of color. And, like, people can downplay that all they like. But they were openly admitting it. You can see it all over TikTok. The minute she was fucking announced she was running, I was like, we're fucked. There's no way. Not that it's we, again. I don't like the Dems either, but would prefer those to Trump, generally. But, people are like, man, it's not sexism, that's cope. They were openly saying it. Even women were openly saying it. Like, openly, blatantly. Even female gaming content creators who were on the right were like, if you vote for a woman, you're a pussy. Like, it was right there. It's not invented. They were talking about it blatantly. The thing is, a lot of these Twitter and YouTube accounts don't actually care. It just pays the bills. I definitely agree with that. I'm not sure about Twitter so much. Like, it really is their life. This is what gives these people meaning. Like Rahul was saying, I think probably the reason I don't do this is that I touch grass. I have friends that I see and people who love me. You know what I mean? I'm not going to spend all day arguing with motherfuckers I don't know on Twitter. I'm just not going to do it. I don't mean to flex. I'm fulfilled. I don't have the time. Why would I waste my time doing that? It was 100% over when Kamala abandoned the populist messaging and campaigned with Liz Cheney. I mean, did she even have populist messaging? Yeah, the watching the Dems go centrist is stupid. It never works. My mouse is getting dirty because my old hands. Could be, man. Imagine being the richest person in the world and spending every day just tweeting and lying about being good at video games. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If I ever had $1 billion, which I understand fundamentally I will never have. I give too much money away and I make poor financial decisions. I have this whole thing where I am perfectly happy with the amount of money that I'm making and I'm not striving to make more money. I'm good. I know that's not a very American thing to say, but like, now that I've left my job, I will be making way less money. I did not make as much money last year. I'm okay with it. It doesn't have to always go up. Happy with my life. Don't need more. Content with doing so much stuff for charity, giving money away. I don't have it in me to be a billionaire. Probably don't even have it in me to be a millionaire, if we're being realistic. It's not who I am. If I did somehow become a millionaire or billionaire, say I like did something that just out of nowhere paid me $1 million, and I was a millionaire for a day before I felt bad and donated half of it, okay? I'm off of there in a fucking heartbeat, y'all. The fucking second. The minute that I... Okay, you know? The minute that I can just have all my friends together and just write somewhere in a cabin by the sea and never have to look at any of this, fuck no. I'm gonna travel the world. I'm gonna spend all of my time in a bikini. We're going to Northern Hemisphere when it's summer, Southern Hemisphere when it's summer. Summer all year round. Occasionally take a flight to go snowboarding, okay? None of you motherfuckers are seeing me ever. I'm never talking to anyone ever again. It's insane. Generally, you have to do something fucked up at some point to make that much money. My brother, you have to do things that are fucked up multiple times to make that much money. You wouldn't stream or make videos? I would maybe continue to stream for fun. I do like making YouTube videos, but even right now, I'm making way, way, way less because I am only making them when I have something to say. So, like, I haven't made a video in, like, 2 months. I will have 2 this month, though. But I think I would still stream, actually, because this is, like... It feels... Well, it is more like a conversation. What I'm saying is, you're never going to fucking catch me on Twitter. You're not going to catch me on Twitter. Absolutely the fuck not. Bikini in the snow, no cap, one of my favorite things to do. Straight up one of my favorite things. I cannot tell you just how much I love being in a hot tub while it's snowing. Just peak life. Delete Twitter, hot tub in the snow. Mwah. Heaven. Again, I will probably never be a millionaire. It's, you know... I'm a grown-ass woman. I don't even have $100,000, okay? It's probably not on the cards for me, and that's fine. Really, what I want to do in life is just be able to write in silence on a beach. That's what I really want. That's the dream. And see people I love. You know what I mean? I just can't get past the fact that we had a legitimate socialist democrat who was polling as the front runner and it was legitimately corruptly rug pulled away. Again, I'm not going to tell you the Dems aren't also super corrupt. But I don't disagree with Biden's recent speech, which definitely did not come from him, where he said we're walking into an oligarchy. Not that we didn't already have that, but yeah, it's worse. You might with all the projects you're working on. Bold of you to assume they give me money. They make so little money. Well, relatively, I guess. What would I write? Books. I would just be writing books and screenplays, just in my silent little cabin by myself. That's all I ever want to do. It's all I've ever wanted to do is just write stuff. I do really like making video games, but they do require talking to people. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I love Bernie, man. I really do love Bernie. Big fan. Wait till Layla's Deep says tell me 1 million copies. Hey, maybe. Nobody reads anymore, though? I wouldn't do it for an audience. I would do it for me. I don't need nobody to read any of it. That's fine. But thank you, Shadow Queen. Hey, you know, still have game nights and video game book club. We can still do that. Will we catch you on Blue Sky? Yeah, so I've been using Blue Sky specifically to talk about the video game stuff that I used to talk about on Twitter. Twitter, I basically just like shit into the wind and promote stuff at this point, right? I don't even like really think about what I post there. Blue Sky is where I post like things that I think about video games that I used to post. It's a lot. This is too much. This is just too much. Bernie is one of the only politicians that feels like an actual person with his own thoughts and values. Right, which is why he could never succeed. That's the problem, you know? I think, I've said this before too, I feel this way. The only way that you can succeed in American politics is if you are inherently corrupt. I don't think you can succeed as a politician in the US without being corrupt. The system itself is corrupt, even if you try as someone with the best intentions. It will either corrupt you or you will fail. Bernie was never going to succeed. Bernie feels like he's actually for the people and thus didn't stand a chance. Thank you, Cosmic Shitstorm. AOC is the next Bernie. I mean, she's close, but I still feel like she's said some things that I go, Do I think the same about Oz politics? Not to the same extent, because Australian politics are not as profitable to be in. Apparently, what is an oligarchy was the most searched topic after Biden's speech. Really? AOC is the next Elizabeth Warren. I mean, maybe. Let me look up. Can I find the Biden speech? I was just going to rewatch it. I don't know if you posted it on Twitter. Is it this one? The U.S. Confederates of Mayors? Fuck that. Biden speech. Do we have it in the Pearson the News? I don't think so. Not that I can see. I wanted to rewatch it. You could be a millionaire if you start an OnlyFans. I know. There are many things I could do that would make me a millionaire. I don't want to do them though. Could you find it for me, Scott? Or I'll see if I can just find it on Oh, thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Shadow Queen. Appreciate you. Hey, Hype Training Company, everybody. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I didn't actually set it up today. But, yeah, all the streams this month, so I will just donate anything from the stream. The streams this month will be going to supporting LA fire relief efforts. So everything in January will be donating just like I used to. All of it will go to fire relief efforts. So thank you for everyone who's supporting. I appreciate it. Okay, yeah, this is the President Biden delivers remarks on reaching a ceasefire and hostage deal. Wait, is this it? Thank you, Shadow8600. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Is this the one where he said the oligarchy thing? Are you joking, New King God? About thinking I'm a millionaire? Is that a joke? I also have to be clear, okay? Am I a millionaire? No. Like I said, I don't even have $100,000. I'm not even close to being a millionaire. Never have been. Don't know if you're joking. But sometimes people do think I'm a millionaire, and I don't really know why. From what? But I also need to be clear that people take me saying I'm not a millionaire as me saying I'm poor. I'm not. I'm very happy with the money that I make. I live a great life. I'm just not even remotely a millionaire. Like, I'm not saying, oh, I can't afford anything. But, millions? Absolutely the fuck not. The farewell speech. Yeah, that was the one I was trying to find. Ah, thank you, Aram. Appreciate you. Thank you. The farewell remarks. Here we go.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's
I do love
best
eggs.
Always so fresh and delicious.
You know
Plus,
what?
superior nutrition.
Rob
For
made a
us,
great
it's
scrambled eggs
any
this morning
style,
for us.
As long as they're
Lovely.
the best.
Makes a good
Eggland's
scrambled egg,
best.
that boy.
My fellow Americans.
You have 401k
I'm
under
speaking
Roth?
to
I
you
do not,
tonight
no.
From the Oval Office. Before I begin, let me speak to important.
I'm sorry, I have to say it. He's definitely had a facelift. We all agree on that, right? We agree on that? He's had a facelift. We do? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. Clearly, this man has had a facelift. And I would say actually quite a good one. I don't think Botox can do that. Or the makeup went crazy hard. Again, I don't think makeup can do that either. His face should be way saggier. It's a good facelift. Rahul is also not a millionaire, to be clear. I don't know why I thought you were. You're very well established across multiple industries. You're an authority figure on many subjects. Well, thank you. You've been deluded. I'm not an authority figure on many subjects. No, I'm not even close to being a millionaire. Again, don't even have $100,000. But it's not an uncommon misconception. I just wasn't sure if you specifically were joking or not. Absolutely not a millionaire. Just having followers doesn't mean you make money, and that's a big part of why I say, if I were on the right, they'd probably be throwing money at me. The left are not good at supporting people. It's a thing. Okay.
Important news from earlier today. After 8
Great
months
facelift.
of nonstop negotiation,
Is this too quiet?
my administration, a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached by Israel and Hamas. The elements of which I laid out in great detail in May.
Hasn't Trump been trying to take credit for this?
This plan was developed and negotiated by my team and will be largely implemented by the incoming administration. That's why I told my team to keep the incoming administration fully informed, because that's how it should be, working together as Americans. This will be my final address to you from the American people from the Oval Office.
He just can't get through a speech, and he just can't get through a
I've been thinking a lot about who we are, and maybe more importantly, who we should be. Long ago, in New York Harbor, an ironworker installed beam after beam, day after day. He was joined by steel workers, stonemasons, engineers. They built not just a single structure, but a beacon of freedom. The very idea of America was so big, we felt the entire world needed to see. The Statue of Liberty, a gift from France after our Civil War. Like the very idea of America,
It's been reported that Trump had a major influence on getting the ceasefire, which means Biden had been sitting on this ceasefire deal for 15 months. Maybe we'll dig into that on the next stream. I was thinking about streaming gaming on Sunday, or like doing another stream on Sunday. Hang on, let me get my calendar up. I've got a really busy week next week because I have to play so much catch up from the fires. So we're streaming as normal on Monday. And actually, I don't know, am I allowed to say this? Maybe on Monday we'll go through and I'll catch up on the Israel ceasefire. But Monday night, Andy Cortez and I were thinking about starting a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Just the two of us. Co-op Baldur's Gate 3. Might be happening Monday night. I'll properly announce it if it happens, but I think we would have a really fun time. I'm going to raise money for charity the whole time. Obviously, he has to do it after work hours because he works a regular 9-to-5 job now. But yeah, I'd be doing the regular stream at 1 p.m. on Monday. Assuming nothing falls apart, things keep happening. I would like it if things would stop happening. Wednesday, the stream will be late because, well, potentially be late. Actually, that one's a really hard one to say. So I think I said this, but my Wednesday streams are like going to be a little tough to schedule this month because I'm doing all this work for MinMax. And so they will sometimes do the live podcast on a Wednesday. So if they do the podcast on a Wednesday, then I have to move the time that I stream. So TBD Wednesday, hopefully I'll be able to let you guys know on Monday. And then the Friday stream, I am actually going to be a part of a really big charity fundraiser that I will be streaming all day. So it will be streaming on my channel even if I'm not in it. I should be in a segment for like an hour or something, but yeah, so that will be literally all day on Friday. But yeah, we're thinking I'll have to figure it out with Andy. We'll see if we even do it, but it'll be afternoons/evenings. Baldur's Gate 3, raise money for fire relief. That's the plan. Anyway, sorry.
Was built not
But
by
I was saying
one
maybe
person, but
Monday
by many
I'll dig
people
into the ceasefire stuff because I've
from
also
every
missed a lot of that.
and from around the world. Like America,
Thank you,
the
Versalite,
Statue
for
of
the
Liberty
5
is
subs.
not
Thank you so much.
standing still.
We have an ad break
Her
in
foot literally
25
steps
minutes.
forward
Everybody.
atop a broken chain.
This is really
of human
cheesy.
bondage.
Like I said,
She's on the march.
everything right now is going to be
She
donated to fire
literally
relief. So.
moves. She was built to sway back and forth to withstand the fury of stormy weather. To stand the test of
This is-
time.
so this
because
is too
storms
much.
are always coming. She sways
Who
a
wrote
few
this?
inches, but she never falls into the current below. An engineering marvel. The Statue of Liberty is also an enduring symbol of the soul of our nation. A soul shaped by forces that bring us together and by forces that pull us apart. And yet, through good times and tough times, we've withstood it all. A nation of pioneers and explorers, of dreamers and doers, of ancestors native to this land, of ancestors who came by force. A nation of immigrants who came to build a better life.
Yeah.
A nation holding the torch of the most powerful idea ever in the history of the world. That all of us are created equal. That all of us deserve to be treated with dignity, justice, and fairness.
Look, I will say, as much as this feels American propaganda-y, and thus I find it off-putting, especially considering the things that have happened under his administration, I feel like they probably did this because they are making way for a president who is known to pretty openly be hateful. Like that, we can agree on that, right? The right knows that Trump is pretty fucking mean and like openly just shits on people, right? Like that's just, do they know that? I think they know that and don't care, right? Like we kind of all. So at the very least, at least on his way out, he's like, hey, everybody deserves to be treated with kindness. Remember that some people think that. And yeah, they like it about him. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Trump is Hitler. I didn't say that. I just that he's pretty mean. I don't even think Trump believes half the things he says. It's one of my hot takes. I think he just says what people want to hear. He just wants to be liked. Thank you, Disco. Yeah, and also I'll reach out to you about when I'm gonna stream mouthwashing as well. So I will be doing that sometime in the next couple of weeks. We gotta figure out another game night for you guys. Anyway, yeah. This again feels icky to me, but I do resonate with the message being that you're about to have somebody who like makes fun of disabled people and doesn't want trans people to exist. And again, I don't even think he fucking cares about trans people. He just says he does. You know what I mean? Anyway.
That democracy.
What is this fucking bead
and be
bracelet you've got on, dude?
And be imposed, moved in every way possible. Our rights, our freedoms, our dreams. But we know the idea of America, our institution, our people, our values that uphold it are constantly being tested. Ongoing debates about power and the exercise of power. But whether we lead by the example of our power or the power of our example.
It just doesn't mean anything.
Whether
It doesn't mean anything. You're saying words that don't mean anything.
The abuse of power, or we yield to it.
God, it's so hard to listen to. It's fine. I'm gonna let it go. It's fine. Actually, you can say that. It's fine, Joe. It's fine. Hey, he's just a wholesome guy.
After 50 years at the center of all of this, I know that believing in the idea of America means respecting the institutions that govern a free society.
I agree with you. Why do so many people care so much about immigrants when 99% of us are all fucking immigrants? I'm an immigrant. They don't. It's fearmongering. It's fearmongering. And that's the easiest fearmonger, is the blacks and browns will ruin the country. We must stop them. It's Taylor's oldest time. It's just fearmongering. It's very easy to get people to spend money or vote when they're afraid of something. There are things to be afraid of. Immigration has been a pillar of America and in many ways tremendously positive for America. Biden is a fascist. Bro, aren't they all? You know what I mean?
The presidency, the Congress, the courts.
Culture war keeping you from fighting the class war.
Press.
Yeah, exactly. The class war is what we
that
need.
are rooted.
Again, I'm sorry for pausing this. I saw the other day a graph of the wealth disparity in the US right now from the average person versus, the richest of the rich, which I guess is Elon, compared to the wealth disparity of the French Revolution. And it is almost exact. And it's the first time that the wealth disparity has been that bad in the US. Again, I don't support Biden or Kamala. I don't like any of them. Okay, that's my stance. I'm very much more interested in the class war. I actively, perpetually find it repulsive that some people are billionaires while other people are starving to death on the streets. And I was like, maybe it is time. Maybe Luigi did start it. Maybe, finally, the poor people, majority of America who don't exist in that 1%, can finally actually agree that we're all being played. Class war would be great. Please. But it's, yeah, every other thing is just a distraction. That's my answer to why do they care so much about immigrants.
They just might not reflect the timeless words, but they echo the words of the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
We gotta stop voting these
Rooted in
fucking
the
elderly
timeless
men
words of the
into office, though,
Constitution.
I tell you.
We, the people. Our system of separation of powers, checks and balances. It may not be perfect,
Too many people think
but
they're
it's
gonna make it big
maintained
one
our
day.
democracy for
100%
nearly
right.
250 years.
That's
Longer than any other.
a particular American delusion. Is like the embarrassed millionaires thing, temporarily embarrassed millionaires. Oh my god, you're right, I should up the speed. This man talks too slow, he's too fucking old. I think a lot of people align with Trump because they think they are Trump. And that one day they'll be rich. I've heard people say they think they'll be rich, and I'm like, based on what? Based on what? How? Sorry, Biden, buddy. We gotta speed that up. You're too fucking old.
Other nation in history.
Oh, beautiful. A regular cadence.
In the past 4 years, our democracy has held strong. And every day I've kept my commitment to be president for all Americans through one of the toughest periods in our nation's history. I've had a great partner in Vice President Kamala Harris. It's been the honor of my life to see the resilience of essential workers getting us through a once-in-a-century pandemic, the heroism of service members and first responders keeping us safe, the determination of advocates
It's a well-written
standing
speech.
up
She didn't write it, though.
for our rights and our freedoms, instead of losing their jobs to an economic crisis that we inherited millions of
Is it
Americans.
Phil DeFranco
now have the
speed
dignity
now?
of work.
Is it still slow?
Millions
Can I
of
speed it up
entrepreneurs
more?
and companies.
We've already established this on both this stream and numerous others. I don't like watching video content. I will always read instead of watching video content. So often if I do watch a YouTube video, I am watching it on 2x speed, and Rahul will hear it and be like, what the fuck are you watching?
Creating new businesses and industries, hiring American workers, using American products. Together, we've launched a new era of American possibilities. One of the greatest modernizations of infrastructure in our entire history, from new roads, bridges, clean water, affordable high-speed internet for every American. We invented the semiconductor, smaller than the tip of my little finger, and now is bringing those chip factories and those jobs back to America where they belong, creating thousands of jobs. Finally, giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for millions of seniors. And finally, doing something to protect our children and our families by passing the most significant gun safety law in 30 years and bringing violent crime to a 50-year low. Meeting our sacred obligation to over 1 million veterans so far who are exposed to toxic materials, and to their families, providing medical care and education benefits and more for their families. You know, it will take time to feel the full impact of all we've done together. But the seeds are planted, and they'll grow and they'll bloom for decades to come. At home, we created nearly 17 million new jobs, more than any other single administration, single term. More people have health care than ever before. And overseas, we strengthened NATO. Ukraine is still free, and we pulled ahead of our competition with China. And so
At
much
this
more.
point, you're literally
I'm
just
so proud of how much we've
floating.
accomplished together for the American people. And I wish the incoming administration success, because I want America to succeed. That's why I've held my duty to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition of power, to ensure we lead by the power of our example. I have no doubt that America is in a position to continue to succeed.
I do still
That's why
find
my
it crazy
farewell address
that
tonight.
also that wasn't
I
a
wanna warn
line
the
for a
country
lot
of
of
things that
people.
give me great
That
concern.
January 6th wasn't
This is a dangerous concentration, and that's a dangerous concentration of power.
wasn't scary enough
in the
for
hands of
most
very
people.
few
That
ultra-wealthy
is
people.
fucking crazy.
The dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked. Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a
don't
fair shot
disagree.
for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America, and we've seen it before. More than a century ago, but the American people stood up to the robber barons back then and busted the trusts. They didn't punish the wealthy, just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. Workers want rights to earn their fair share.
Who the fuck's
You know,
in
they were dealt
margins?
into the
Biden's
deal
been the best president
and helped
since
put
the
us on a
70s.
path
It might
to
end up
build the
meaning nothing
largest
because
middle
he's
class,
bookended by
most prosperous century
DJ
any nation in the
Love.
world has ever seen.
I have
Gotta do
heard
that
people
again.
say that
The last 4 years, that's
it didn't
exactly
get
what
much
we've done.
publicity that
People should be able to make as much as they
Biden
can,
actually did
but
accomplish
play by the same rules, pay
a
their fair
bunch
share
of
of taxes.
shit that we aren't
So
aware
much is at
of.
stake.
Like, I don't know, I haven't
Right
researched
now,
it.
the existential threat of climate change has never been clearer.
Your conservative
across the
friend doesn't
country,
doesn't
from
care about
California to North
Jan 6
Carolina.
at all. They don't know anyone
That's
who
why I
does. What do you
signed the most
mean by
significant
that?
climate
How?
and clean energy law ever in the history
How
of
do
the
they
world.
not
The rest of the
care?
world trying to model it now. It's
It's
working.
so scary.
Creating jobs and industries of the future. Now, we've proven we don't have to choose between protecting the environment and growing the economy. We're doing both. The powerful forces want to wield their unchecked influence to eliminate the steps we've taken to tackle the climate crisis, to serve their own interest for power and profit. We must not be bullied into sacrificing the future of our children and our grandchildren. We must keep pushing forward and push faster. There's no time to waste. It's also clear that American leadership in technology is unparalleled, an unparalleled source of innovation that can transform lives.
This is just, I'm
we
not
see
a
the same
fan of
dangers.
this
The concentration of technology, power, and wealth.
But I never like any of them.
You know, his
do I?
farewell address, President
You
Eisenhower
see me watching
spoke of
Kamala
the dangers
speeches
of
and
the
going,
military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power, end of quote. 6 decades later, I'm equally concerned about the potential rise of a tech-industrial complex that could pose real dangers for our country as well.
I'm with you on that.
Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. The free press is crumbling. Editors are
This shit
disappearing.
you're required to do just
Social
joking
media is
how
giving
great
up on
America is.
fact-checking.
It's true. It's true.
The truth is smothered by lies, told for power and for profit. We must hold the social platforms accountable to protect our children, our
Definitely
families,
agree with you on that.
our very democracy. From the
There's
abuse of
also there's a thing about I feel like I talk about this a lot. Social media gives me tremendous existential dread, and I talk about the time wars all the time of like how everything right now, everything all these companies are doing is just a bid for your time. My next YouTube video, the one that's about Twitter and Blue Sky and Threads, is very, you know, focuses on some of that too. The I wish I could source this correctly. There's a company that every year does a study sweeping multiple social media sites to see how many people on them are bots. And for the first time in 2024, it was over 50%. Majority of social media users in the US specifically are bots. And with the way that that technology is growing and the accessibility of using it, dead internet incoming exactly. Like we are getting to a point where it will be 80% bots and you won't be able to find real people. Like it is going to become defunct. Which I'm almost like, free us. Please free us. Get us out of here. Please. In the grim darkness. That's what I'm talking about. Let us all loose. But just, yeah, dead internet theory. I do have a YouTube video that really is about, or at least really touches on dead internet theory, though I don't think I called it that. What did I call the video? Oh, AI is killing the internet.
You ate all my...
There you go. This one here. Because it is. And the bots are straight up just going to make it like, if you continue to use it majority of the time, you'll just be arguing with a fucking bot. Like, how crazy that that's what we've done with this insane technology that we had at our fingertips where we could do so much. Woof. With how many random bot followers a random nobody get on social media doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Argument bots are doing a great job, dude. Heard Instagram is going to do full AI accounts. Yeah. Yeah, like intentionally have people just follow AI. Crazy, dude. You can already create AI avatars that will say what you want with just sending a script. It's not the best, but it's getting better. I actually saw a website made, crazy that this is legal. Like, I'm not going to do anything about it because there's too much of this shit at this point for me to do anything about it, which is sort of the problem, isn't it? A friend messaged me and was like, hey, did you know about this? That a website made a chatbot of me, uses my face, is trained on, I guess, my social media. So it lets people talk to me and they monetize that. Isn't that crazy? That that's just a thing you're allowed to do? And they make money off of it? It does feel like it should be illegal. I don't know, dude. I feel like we need to, like... I have a lot of problems in that I don't trust the US to censor a lot of things. I don't really trust them. But we do desperately need regulation. We certainly fucking need regulation for the crypto schemes. Like, I don't know how these scams are allowed. Like, Elon with Doge, Haley Welch with, Hawk, I think it was. Like, the crypto scams just keep happening and are so gross. And it's effectively insider trading. We just don't have terms for that right now. And I actually expect that over the next 4 years, crypto will boom. It will make a bunch more money, and then the swing back will be, unless Trump figures out some way to stay in office forever and stay alive forever, which maybe he will, the swing back will be banning it completely. But it's also just, there's so many fucking old people in US politics, I don't think they even understand what crypto means, you know? It's, oh, fuck.
Meanwhile, artificial intelligence is the most consequential technology of our time, perhaps of all time. Nothing offers more profound possibilities and risks for our economy and our security, our society. For humanity.
Good night, Tim Casey.
Artificial intelligence even has the potential to help us answer my call to end cancer as we know it. But unless safeguards are in place, AI could spawn new threats to our rights.
What Haley
our way
Welch
of
did
life,
is
to our
literally a
privacy,
pump and dump.
how we work, and
Okay,
how we
can
protect our
I
nation. We must
say
make
this
sure
about
AI
Haley
is-
Welch? I said this to Rahul today, and he doesn't agree with me. Again, maybe being autistic, I don't know. I very much think Haley Welch, for anyone who doesn't have context, she made a cryptocurrency, laid it out like people would be able to make a bunch of money from it, and then they rug pulled and sold. So there were like 6 people who made a bunch of money, and everyone else lost all their money. It's whatever. I don't care to explain it. Basically, scam. And I'm of the impression, again, this Rahul disagreed with me. Maybe more people will disagree with me. I think she got scammed. You know how there's that, and this is not a person I know anything about or like, I'm not fucking listening to her podcast, right? You know how that she did that, like, they were in like the voice chat on Twitter or whatever, and she was like, anywho, good night, y'all. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to bed. I'll see you in the morning, which is crazy. I don't think she fucking had any idea what was going on. I think that people saw her as an easy target who had blown up recently in popularity. She agreed because they told her that she'd get rich and she'd start this cool thing. I doubt she had any idea what was going on or what was happening. I think she got scammed by them as well. Right? She doesn't come across as super smart. She's the face of someone else's scam. That's 100% how I feel. It doesn't mean that she's innocent. Like, what she's participated in, I think should be illegal. And effectively, especially because she just fucking bailed afterwards. Like, very gross behavior. Not trying to let her off the hook, but I don't think she's the mastermind behind that. I think that she too got scammed. Well, that's my vibe. Ignorance equals innocence in terms of the law. Not when you fuck over people by that much money. It's not even a good scam. I fully agree with you on that. Night Owl, BTBAM, in that anyone who was buying those coins got to pull a side eye on that one. You're like, what? I kind of respected her from finding a way to monetize being a meme flash. Not on the scam part. I respected the dog charity thing that she did. I was like, cool, wait, great way to make use of that thing that happened to you. Logan Paul did the same shit. Logan Paul knows. He knows what he did. He knows he's a scammer. Haley Welch? I don't think she has any fucking idea what's going on. I don't understand the people falling for the scam. I'm with you on that. Very unrelatable. Cannot fathom buying any of those coins. But that's what I like. It's
Safe and
unchecked
trustworthy, and good for all
influencers fucking
humankind.
running around making money off people.
In the age of AI, it's more important than ever that the people must govern. And as a land of liberty, America, not China, must lead the world in the development of AI. You know, in the years ahead, it's going to be up to the president, the presidency, the Congress, the courts, the free press, and the American people to confront these powerful forces. We must reform the tax code, not by giving the biggest tax cuts to billionaires, but by making them begin to pay their fair share. We need to get dark money. That's that hidden funding behind too many campaigns.
Crazy that anyone disagrees with that one.
We need to enact an
How
18-year
do people
timeline.
disagree with that? Are there like conservatives that disagree with that? Are there conservatives that are like, I don't think we should tax the billionaires more, actually? That is a thing? What's the logic? How? How do you defend that? Okay, libertarians, I get. Because, I mean, but they're anti-taxing anyone. They're not just anti-billionaires. You know what I mean? Yeah, they think they'll be rich. It's true. Like, if they think they're going to be loaded, they're like, well, I don't want to be taxed. Shills think billionaires will protect them. Yeah, but I trickle down. How have we not seen that that's bullshit at this point? It's gotta be one day I'll be rich too. That's the only way it feels like it makes sense. Like, the data tells us trickle down doesn't work. It's been 40 years since Reagan. Libertarians aren't anti anything, they're just anti common sense. Okay. I agree with libertarians on some things. I do. I hate to admit it. There are a handful of libertarian policies that or like suggested policies that I would agree with. And that, like, I think that there are some things in which the government should have less of a say. Like abortion. Government shouldn't have anything to do with it. Though the libertarians don't actually agree with me on that one for some reason. But, like, it shouldn't be up to the government. But not all of it, you know what I mean? There's just some things that I'm like, do we need the government meddling in those particular things? No. Should be up to the individual. Shouldn't have fucking anything to do with them. But not all of it. Less about thinking they'll be rich someday and more thinking they want poor people to stay poor so they have someone to look down on. You think so? It's about wanting people to be poorer than you? Surely that can't be right. That feels like evil mustache-twirling villain talk. Most modern libertarians have swung far right. Yeah, when I say that there's some things that I agree with, I mean it in principle, not in practice. The same as, like, famously I've said, communism, great in theory, has never worked because it doesn't exist. No communism exists. Like, I have a friend from Cuba, and he'll be like, you want to talk to me about communism? Actually, that's a dictatorship. That's not communism. It doesn't work. The libertarian, I mean the same thing. It's like, it's not actual functioning libertarianism. It's like some of the principles that I think the government should fuck off about sometimes. You know what I mean? Not all of it, though. Just some of it. Just some of it. Thank you, Waltbox. Same concept why some people oppose raising the minimum wage. That is also crazy. Some people really are that mean enough that want to see people down in their luck to make them feel better about themselves. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you have to be right that some people feel that way, but I can't imagine it's many. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, Gravy, is let people do their own thing. Like, my whole... I mean, it's not exactly libertarian, but the liberty part. All I'm saying is, as long as people aren't hurting other people, this is such a simplified way to put this. I understand, okay? It doesn't really work this way, but just to breeze right through it, government fuck off. As long as people aren't hurting other people, I think people should have more freedom. Which, in theory, would be libertarian. Literally, liberty, freedom. But there's plenty of it, again, in practice or the actual party right now that I don't agree with at all. Back when minimum wage was created, it was enough for someone to survive with just 40 hours a week. Now it's considered only for shit jobs for people who don't need money or they would get better jobs. What is the minimum wage in the US? I guess I don't know. Actual US minimum wage. $7.25 per hour. That is fucking nothing, dude. That's crazy. When I first started working in Australia, you get to work a lot younger. I think it's 13 and 9 months. That's when I got my first job. Family didn't have a lot of money. I started working immediately. My first job was at McDonald's, and then I went to work at a game shop. And then I worked at another game shop. And then I worked at a third game shop, which was sick. And I actually loved working at McDonald's too. I had a really, really fun time working at McDonald's. They sent me something recently. As a like, hey, we know you started your working life here. Thanks. He sent me a gift. It was cool. I think even then, as a 13-year-old, I was making $12 an hour. And I was 13. Yeah, I worked at EB Games, Tychonius. And then I worked at, I don't remember the name of it. I think it might have been Game something. Like, I worked at like a non-franchise game shop in between them that had mostly collectibles. And then I went back to EB Games. Comes out to $15K per year working full-time with no absence. Insane. Your first job is $5.15 an hour? That's the cost of a coffee. Minimum wage in Australia? I don't know. Let's have a look. You certainly earn more money in Australia, but also things are more expensive. Yeah, apparently the minimum pay is reviewed each year, which is awesome. And as of July 1st, 2024, the national minimum wage is $24.10. It's $915.90 per week. But yeah, the dollar value is less, and a lot of things are more expensive in Australia. So, which is my favorite job. My favorite job I've ever worked. Well, that would be Sony Santa Monica for sure. Probably the most stressful, but also, well, IGN was pretty stressful. But like in terms of, I've loved every job I've had for different reasons. Rooster Teeth was probably the worst. Which is crazy because it was like one of my favorite teams. But I loved working at McDonald's. It was genuinely really fun. It's just a bunch of teenagers making food and laughing. It was a really fun place to work. My least favorite job would be when I worked in a call center. Talking to us isn't my favorite job. Just kidding. Talking to you guys is my favorite job if it counts as a job. If it does, then absolutely. People also have been told that if minimum wage increases, it will cause prices to skyrocket, which has already been debunked. I mean, again, it's the fear-mongering that benefits the rich, right? The same as like tipping culture in the US is fucking stupid. But they're like, yeah, but then how will anybody afford anything? What happened to the jobs? Fear-mongering. All of it.
Time and term for the strongest ethics reform and the strongest ethics reform for our Supreme Court. We need to ban members of Congress from trading stock while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that
agree on that, bro.
No president is immune from crimes that he or she commits while in office. The president's power is not limited.
100% agree on that. That's crazy. To be a billionaire, you need a workforce to do your biddings. For this workforce to take control, but it needs to be dependent on you, so it needs to be poor and you need to be very rich. Totally. Totally.
It's not absolute. It shouldn't be. And in a democracy, there's another danger to the concentration of power and wealth. It erodes the sense of unity and common purpose. It causes distrust and division. Participating in our democracy becomes exhausting and even disillusioning. And people don't feel like they have a fair shot. We have to stay engaged in the process. I know it's frustrating. A fair shot is what makes America America.
It's just, you know, if only somebody in a position of power could have done something about any of this. If only there was somebody available to speak on this who had, like, a position of power in a governing body. To be clear, I'm aware that a president like Biden does not actually have that much power. And you can't just do things. It isn't a dictatorship, you know? But still, it's so weird, like, having a fucking sitting president rant at you about how things should change. Oh, yeah?
Everyone's entitled to a fair shot. Not a guarantee, just a fair shot. An even playing field. Going as far as your hard work and talent can take you. We can never lose that essential truth, remain who we are. I've always believed, and I've told other world leaders, America can be defined by one word: possibilities. Only in America do we believe anything is possible. Like a kid with a stutter from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, in Claremont, Delaware, sitting behind this desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. That's the magic of America. It's all around us. Upstairs in the residence of the White House, I've walked by a painting of the Statue of Liberty I don't know how many times. In the painting, there's several workers climbing on the outstretched arm of the statue that holds the torch.
Stop talking about the Statue of
It reminds
Liberty.
me every day I pass it of the story and soul of our nation and the power of the American people. There's a story of a veteran. This is a veteran, son of an immigrant, whose job was to climb that torch and polish the amber panes so rays of light could reach out as far as possible. He was known as the keeper of the flame. He once said of the Statue of Liberty, quote, speaks a silent universal language, one of hope, that anyone who seeks and speaks freedom can understand. Yes, we sway back and forth to withstand the fury of the storm, to stand the test of time. A constant struggle, a short distance between peril and possibility. But what I believe is the America of our dreams is always closer than we think. And it's up to us to make our dreams come true. Let me close by stating my gratitude to so many people, to the members of my administration, as well as public service and first responders across the country and around the world. Thank you for stepping up to serve. To our service members and your families, it's been the highest honor of my life to lead you as Commander-in-Chief. And of course to Kamala and our incredible partner, historic Vice President.
This is
she and Doug have become like family.
1.75x speed, I think.
My deepest appreciation for our amazing First Lady who's with me in the Oval today. For our entire family.
What about the dogs? Haven't they been biting people? I think they were right. I'm on their side.
Thanks to you, the American people. After 50 years of public service, I give you my word. I still believe in the idea for which this nation stands. A nation where the strength of our institutions and the character of our people matter and must endure. Now it's your turn to stand guard. May you all be the keeper of the flame. May you keep the faith.
It's a good speech that says a lot of nothing, and whenever the Americans do this, it makes me just really uncomfortable because it just feels like a parody. Like, I just don't... Eulogy core. It's just so preachy from... You know? Ugh. I'm just not a huge fan of the vibe. Your Banjo shirt hasn't arrived yet, Peter? I guess I didn't get mine until super late. That's crazy, though. Oh my god, I'm sorry. That's nuts. Don't you want to get American citizenship now? Still a no from me, Chief. Still a no. I am not an American citizen, and I don't intend to become one. Green card, just fine for me. Elon will be making speeches soon. Doge, bro. Department of Government Efficiency. The craziest thing about that is that, like, do I think he should be doing it? Probably not. But I don't disagree that there is a ton of bureaucratic bloat in the US government. You know? You could probably get rid of at least 50 of those guys. You probably could. I feel like every company that's that big has a bunch of people who just do fucking nothing and cost a bunch of money. You know what? Like, it feels like it needs to be from someone who's a little less biased than a billionaire. And I will say this, watching Zuckerberg suddenly flip to the right after being extremely left for years, and Elon kind of did the same thing. He was left for a while too, and now he's a little right wing. Again, they just keep forgetting about fucking Amber Heard. That's crazy. He dated her, dude. Whatever. If all the billionaires are doing it, there's something going on that we don't know about. They're all flipping. And realistically, it's probably just that Trump has promised them a bunch of money. Rogan as well. It's probably just that Trump has promised them something that will make them even richer. And so they're like, oh, sick. Because I just think once you have that much wealth, it becomes all you care about. It's just RPG number must go up type shit. You know what I mean? Rogan did a huge flip. Yeah. But it's got to be he got off a fucking huge amount of money. Like, they know something. Kiss the ring, I guess. Yeah, it just happened so fast. Rogan, like, I don't think he's been that right-wing. Like, he's been questionable. I doubt it's a promise. It's probably just more play the party lines, and they have a lot more to benefit from this than prior administration. Maybe. I would not be at all surprised if Trump has been pretty explicit with people about the ways that they will benefit by supporting his administration, though. Like, that's a thing he would do, you know? I'm with you in saying Rogan comes off as being dumb as fuck, but I think while he has said some stupid right-wing shit, he is also a little more grey than I think a lot of people like to paint him, because I've heard him say some lefty shit too, so I don't know. The tech bros don't care about any of the stuff they're saying they do. It's strictly self-interest, hoping that he is going to deregulate the shit out of them and all their acquisitions and mergers will go through without federal oversight. Yeah, I agree. You think it's Zuckerberg's own opinion, or does he just follow whoever's in office? It's tough to say, man. I do think when you get to be that wealthy, Bezos as well, you inherently become like a sociopath. I don't know if it's chicken or egg. I don't know if it's only sociopaths will get that wealthy, or if it's that getting that wealthy makes you a sociopath. But obviously Bezos and Zuckerberg did create huge platforms that created the wealth they have today. In both of their cases, from very little. Like, Elon had a silver spoon, but the other two didn't that I'm aware of. But yeah, I just feel like once you have that much money, your brain doesn't work the way most other people's brains work, and all you want is more money. There's no stopping the train. You must keep making money. I swear we're not that far off of the sci-fi future where they're trying to, like, extend their lives. You know? Like, there's some level of wealth where they just straight up are spending money to try to live longer. You can't become a sociopath? You can become sociopathic. Maybe not diagnosed, but... Bezos' ex-wife has given away so much money that she got from him. Again, I would do the same thing. He wasn't Musk wealthy, but he was doing well. Well, didn't it just start as an online bookstore? Like, wasn't that what he started on? You have to overlook the human aspect to make that much money that quickly. I mean, to run a company like Amazon, where you know workers are being treated like shit, yeah, you have to not give a shit about people. Ain't there a multimillionaire trying to do that, extending life? Yeah, just the one guy. I don't know if he... Well, I know he succeeded in, like, de-aging his organs, but he looks like a reptile. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be... That's gotta be... What do you need all that fucking money for if you're gonna die anyway, dude? I don't get it. You can become a sociopath, but not a psychopath? Maybe, I don't know the ins and outs of that. The other thing is that wealthy people are perfectly comfortable shitting on Democrats because the Democrats pure patient with high rating everything. That's a tough one. I think that I would have to think about how I feel about that. Like, do I think that the Dems in the US are the doormats? Yes. Like, with the exception of Bernie, they're doormats. They are trying to appeal to the center who doesn't want them. They don't fight for anything because they want to look like they're out for respect. I feel you on that. I really would have to sit down and think about what I think the alternative is for them. Like, I don't know. Did Bernie not run as a Dem? Didn't he get pushed out? Am I wrong about that? Like, I know he's an independent, but didn't he try to run and then got pushed out? Dems are Republican light, totally agree. They're just like pushover Republican light. They're the fucking same. Both of those parties are the same. That's false. The millionaire who's trying to live forever didn't stop everything, just specific drug he was taking. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. He stopped something because it did something wrong, whatever. I don't know. Clinton pushed out Bernie. Yeah, that's what I thought, which is crazy. So it's like he had, yeah, that's all I meant. It's like he's tried to run that way. Democratic ticket as an independent. Yeah. Yeah, I know she pushed him out. Joe Biden was totally cool with selling weapons to Israel, so fuck him. First, agreed. Second, have said this before. I think that is part of being in US leadership. I don't think that that's a Biden issue. I think that I'm maybe an outlier on this one. I think that that is a US president issue. I think that if you are a US president, that you have to bend over to Israel because they are the power in the Middle East, and that is too valuable for them to lose as a country. It's disgusting, and obviously they don't care about the cost of that. But I don't think that anyone else right now, who, again, would be in any position where they would be close to running for president, is going to do anything different to Biden. And I think pretending that, like, maybe Kamala will stop, just not a reality. If you're up there, if you're even close enough to have the same room as the rest of these people, you're going to have that exact same stance. It's not a person-to-person issue. It is a US structural issue. That is what this country is. Nothing they can do about it. When Americans started talking about making Canada a state, I laughed, because if that did happen hypothetically, the Democrats would never lose an election again. That's a really good point. When they were making jokes about letting California, or like the whole West Coast, and New York join Canada, I was like, I'm there, dude. Hell yeah. I'm down. Israel is the 51st state. It's an extension to US power, foothold in the Middle East. I agree. And I think that I find it, the politest way to put this is naive. I think I find it naive that anybody thought that Biden even could fold on that issue, or that Kamala would. They are just not. If you are fucking running for US president, you have to be pro-Israel, because that is your military base in the Middle East, and that is far too valuable to the US and what the US does. Do I agree with that? Obviously not. Not my stance. That is just the current positioning of the US government. And I think I found a lot of the conversation surrounding that naive. If Kamala had just spoken up against Israel, she couldn't. No one can. You can't. It's the job. It requires you to see Israel as another state. It's just the only other alternative is not running for president. Yeah, it's speaking against the US military. Exactly. They'd fucking take you down for treason. Israel's a required teammate. Yeah, it's like having a required teammate. Yeah. For being in that position, you have to be pro-Israel. Again, that doesn't mean I agree with it. I mean, Bernie did. Yeah, Bernie didn't stand a chance. I had the displeasure of watching a bit of Fox News today, and they were blasting Kamala for always talking about me as if they had never even heard or seen of Donald Trump ever. Yeah, I've not seen a lot of Fox News. I saw something while we were in Singapore that I was like, oh my God. Like, it just came on the TV when Dad and I were at the hotel, and it was just whoever the Fox News host was, and typically this is also a thing that people try to pin against me. I don't actually consume really any mainstream media. I don't really consume any of it. I'm not watching CNN. People are like, oh, you fucking watch it. No, I don't watch any of it. Okay? I'm in a separate bubble here entirely. It doesn't mean I support CNN. I don't watch anything they fucking do. None of it. It was this Fox News host who was talking about Kamala doing this Wired interview, one of those ones where they like take the most Googled questions and they like, you know, they like pull the thing off and they're like, oh, what does Kamala whatever the fuck that you've seen people do. It's just a cute little Wired interview, common thing that happens. The Fox News reporter spoke about that like it's the most unheard of offensive thing that they'd ever seen. And I'm sure they've done much worse, but this is just the only thing that I'd seen where they were like, what are these questions for children? What is this, like, for babies? This is what she's wasting her time doing? Like, it was like the worst possible thing she ever could have done. When anyone with any context goes, oh, those Wired interviews that they do where they peel the thing off to get the most Google questions. That's just a little PR thing, totally harmless. It was very weird to be like, you're just straight up lying to your audience and acting like that's some unusual, unheard of thing that she did. Like, you're just straight up fucking lying. I was, like, it really shocked me. Which I guess makes me naive. That I was like, what? That's how they do those interviews. What the fuck are you talking about? And they made it seem like it was the first one that had ever been done and that she was doing this, like, bizarre waste of time thing that she demanded that they ask those questions. And again, I'm sure they've done many worse, but I was like, that's just, you just misled your audience intentionally there. I just, did the Fox News host not know about the Wired interviews, or were they intentionally being just a fucking mouthpiece for the Republican Party? Is Fox News in any way fun? No, it's a stupid question. I know the answer. Never mind. The other candidate is on a podium performing fellatio on his microphone. I do think that was an accident. I don't think he meant to do that. I knew the world was breaking when fake news was starting to become a thing like 7 to 5 years ago. Yeah. Somebody who studied journalism. I studied a Bachelor of Mass Communication. I majored in journalism and entertainment writing. And studying journalism and then seeing the state of journalism. The fake news thing is a very dangerous thing to have done, but the problem is he's not entirely wrong. Like, the news media is supposed to just give information to the public. They fail. Sometimes they are extremely misleading and have agendas. A lot of the time. But dismissing all of them as always fake is just so convenient for the people in power. You should desperately want journalists to exist. Like, a healthy society should be desperate for journalists to exist and hold them accountable, certainly, but not go, I don't read your shit, fuck you. It should be do better, constantly do better, we need you, please do better. But instead, people are happy to just get their news directly from Biden or directly from Trump. That's crazy. I feel like that's such a huge loss. Like, these things are supposed to be separate. The reporting is supposed to be separate from what the government tells you. It's just very concerning to me that it's now just the same fucking thing. It's gonna be very interesting to see what happens with MAGA if Trump kicks the bucket during the next 4 years. That's pretty likely, right? Public journalism doesn't exist in the US, does it? I don't think so, no. It's hard to listen to the news media because they're still at the end of the day a corpo. The best weapon we have is to have media literacy. Yeah, which we don't fucking have. We do not have media literacy. That is devastating. I see that so often. That is gone to shit. Give us the facts, not the opinions. I mean, you can have both. There is a place for opinion columns that will challenge you, for editorial opinion columns, but news reporting should be completely fact-based for sure. But there's no reason you can't also have opinion columns. Just differentiate them. I'm sure they have their conspiracies in place for anyone whenever he dies from anything. It's so interesting that JD Vance would be his backup when he is a fucking never-Trumper. It's crazy. I have friends who I will say something that's an easy fact to look up online and they will tell me to stop watching CNN and shit. Yeah, dude, it's devastating. Like I said, death of the expert. Gotta make that YouTube video at some point. I just think it's scary. Joe Rogan podcast is gonna be a morning show. Yeah. I think journalists can be biased, but it's important we learn the stuff they're personally covering, not their stance on other things. I mean, journalists are biased because they're human. All human beings are biased. It is impossible not to be biased. Another apparently controversial take that I have that people sometimes get mad at me for. Human beings are biased inherently, all of them, 100% of the time. Even the way you order a news article, even if you're only listing facts, there's bias in the way that you order the sentences. Unknowingly, you can be biased. And are biased, right? It's my recommendation, again, especially someone who studied journalism, is always to get facts from multiple sources. Go for a first-hand source wherever you can. Someone who was there, someone who saw a thing. And get multiple perspectives and then make up your decision. Including watching the Fox News version, or watching the CNN version, or watching the whoever else version. Get all of them. JD Vance is such a weird past that if MAGA actually looked into it, they might turn on him. Really? I mean, I know, didn't he do like a cross-dress thing? If the headline is formed as a question, watch out. If the headline is formed as a question, the answer is always no. Every possible angle to get full truth. Yeah, I do think that if you want truth, you need to put effort into it. And a lot of people aren't willing to do that anymore because of social media. They just go, well, I saw the headline, so I don't need to look into that any further. I'm good. We just got really fucking lazy with social media. You should be actively working to be informed. It should require effort. You should be trying to be informed. Working in a company that answers to the FDA, it's always what you can prove, not what you know. Yeah. Is GTA 6 coming out in 2025? On that note, brother, I fucking hope so. But Rockstar push everything. But I really hope so. JD's negative riz when he tried to order ice cream? What are you talking about? Do you watch The Daily Show? Jon Stewart is usually on point. No. I would say the only pundit that I watch with any kind of regularity is John Oliver. I was going to watch it on here because the TikTok stuff is also making me lose my mind. And I feel like a lot of people don't agree with me on this one, including the left. I would highly recommend watching his video on the TikTok ban. Because there's so much of this. It's clearly just because they spoke out against Israel. No, it is actually a security risk. Like, it really is both. It's not just that they care about Israel. That is certainly a part of it. Not being able to control the youth is very appealing, but it is really both. Yeah, go watch the John Oliver video. Have you seen the viral clip of an exotic dancer wearing mocap for GT6? No, sounds great though. Get high with Jacob, Ethan, and Rahul again, please. Ethan texted me yesterday and said, when are we getting high again? I do recommend Jon Stewart. He's very similar to Oliver. In fact, Oliver got his start on John's show. Okay, good to know. I can check it out. Hope you had a good night, Red Spy. It's too late to educate the country. The left needs cohesion. Organization needs to demand their civil rights in the streets via protest strikes or whatever. If the left doesn't rise for the occasion, this is going to get real scary. I don't know that they will, brother. Too busy infighting about who's the most woke. Do I speed up the John Oliver videos too? No. I'm a stoner now. I've been high 3 times in my entire life. I don't think I'm trying to do it particularly often. Thank you, Red Freckle. Problem is that you can't keep people interested enough to be informed when it's so easy to be lazy and just spoon-fed your latest BS again. Yeah, and it's also that people don't want to take accountability. So, like, I think it is on you to be informed and to explore all sides of something. Most people want to explore whatever side preserves their mindset the most. They don't actually want to explore both sides and uncover that. And they're willing, they will blame the journalists instead of, like, blame the journalists for writing an article that's only about one side instead of looking at both sides and deciding for themselves. They just don't want to fucking do it. And then people aren't willing to take accountability for their own lack of information, you know? You gotta look into it, bro. I don't buy the laziness argument. I think it's blaming victims. People are way busier than ever, see minimum wage working 3 jobs and saying, oh yeah, be informed. People are busy. Yes, but social media usage in the US averages 4 hours a day. If you have time for that, you have time to read up on shit. You know? It doesn't take long. But I guess with media literacy being hard, maybe it can take long. People aren't allowed to be entertained or unwind. I clearly didn't say that. It's just, yeah, being informed takes effort. That is part of your role in a functioning society. Like, it's like, I don't completely disagree with you that it shouldn't be as hard as it is. But no, if you care enough to scream on the internet about whatever opinion you have, then I think you as a human morally have to care enough to take the time to actually research that opinion. Yeah, the Department of Education stuff is fucking terrifying too. Don't feel good about that. They have no hope. What's the point? If you have no hope, fine, I guess. Just don't then yell about things you haven't researched. Is kind of my point. I just don't know how to stay both engaged and sane. I will say there's a lot of stuff that I just don't know anything about. I don't know shit about fracking. That is a thing. Part of the problem is most of the country are just too exhausted surviving to have the time or energy to meaningfully educate themselves. Actual education takes energy. That's true. I mean, especially if you're constantly blown over by negative news, you can be too exhausted to actually pursue that news. But I don't know. I just feel like it is like part of your role as a civilian is to try to be informed before going out and voting or before arguing with people. Like, I just think you gotta try. Hopefully. You gotta try. Anyway, I'm gonna go make myself some dinner. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hopefully GTA comes out this year. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Jordan. Nihilism and not caring is a thorn in the side of progress. Agreed, and very well said. It sucks, but not caring gives power to the oppressor. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. You gotta try, man. You gotta try. All sides. I'm not saying just watch CNN. You gotta try. Very working gay indeed. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Sorry I was gone for so long. I might stream this weekend. The weekend streams will always be kind of random. Definitely not tomorrow, but maybe on Sunday. And then Monday stream will be 1 p.m. unless something goes wrong. I'm posting updates about, like, the stream schedule if things change on my Instagram stories right now. I don't know if there's a better place to do that. Let me know if there is. If there's a better way to, like, keep you guys up to date on if I'm streaming or not. Maybe we'll do Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough start with Andy on Monday night as well. And all streams this month are going towards raising money for fire support here in LA. So thanks for all for hanging out. I appreciate the conversation from all of you all the time. I have a good time hanging out, chatting with people in here. Thank you for challenging me. I appreciate that too. YouTube community post isn't a bad idea. tutorial here. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Let's go raid Dish. Tell her I said hello. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye. I'm really hungry. Why didn't I eat before I started? It was like 8:30 or something. Starving. God.